We are live, streaming on
Are we?
X and on YouTube
Fucking
for the
YouTube.
time being. But YouTube's days are numbered. If you're watching in the
Very.
YouTube chat right now, welcome. Thank you for joining us for a Network Armageddon Electric Boogaloo.
Network Armageddon Electric Boogaloo, a Network Armageddon Electric Boogaloo, a Network Armageddon Electric Boogaloo, a Network Armageddon Electric Boogaloo. What is that? That's a nice, fun thing to say with your mouth, isn't it?
Indeed, it is.
Yeah, F YouTube. I was just saying to Matthew before we press play, I had a lovely chat with the AI, with the YouTube AI chatbot thing, because they're cooling my channel again. Because I had the nerve, the audacity to put the work in and get subscribers and growth on the channel, and then YouTube goes, whoa, we got to make sure, we got to check the apparatus, make sure that all these views and everything else is legit. I finally got the chatbot to admit that. So if you're a fan of the channel, if you're a fan of Mirror and Chuck now, let the people know. Yeah, and do all the things and screw YouTube because they just like to go, oh wait, are you working really hard and you're getting you're doing all the things we asked you to and you're making getting subscribers and all that stuff. Cool. No, we're just gonna randomly cool your channel down for a second just to investigate your numbers.
What's that? You're getting views? That's not right. We need to fix this problem of you getting views. Yeah.
You're not on the approved list. Oh, you're not being financed by the right people. Whoa, hey, whoa! What are you doing over here? You might accidentally go viral or something like that. Can't have that. Screw you. So, anyways, Viva Kick.
Viva Kick. Yes. If you were watching on YouTube,
Viva
I
Kick.
appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Please do go over to Kick. And I pinned the link at the top of the YouTube chat. Please do go over to Kick. We're trying to build up the audience over there. Need about another 10 subscribers to qualify for the next tier, and I need to get as many concurrent viewers as possible. The first threshold is 50 concurrent viewers for over a period of time, and then after that is 75 concurrent viewers. So if everyone who normally watches on YouTube goes over to Kick, then I will hit that passive income. I'll hit that passive income threshold with Kick very soon, and then I actually, I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to stop grifting, stop shilling, but I will need the shilling less, and that can make you guys can just feel good and happy.
I'm a white
about
guy,
that.
and I'm ready to
That
kill.
simply watching is helping, and goodness sakes, HJS125, a nice obscure vague name, very good on the OPSEC there. HJS125 has tipped $100 and said nothing. My friend, you have made my night. Thank you, sir. Which reminds me, I need to update everyone. The Mama King Pild's monitor is purchased. Thank you guys for your contributions toward that. Her new monitor is purchased. It will be here tomorrow, and she will be able to continue working. I'm trying to put her out of work, but I don't want to put her out of work that way by like having her computer stop working so she can't work, because we need the money. And she has obligations. She's got commitments she's made. But thank you guys.
And while we're grifting, don't forget to send Mrs. Marinchuk some money. And
Yes.
I'm just the filter. I'm just the advocate for Mrs. Marinchuk's money, as she likes to remind me. So it's when you get married, you have this illusion that there's like her money and your money, and then it just turns into our money. Like my money just became our money. She still has her money, but my money is our money, and that's fine. You know what? I'm beyond it. 10 years in, I don't care anymore.
She says what's mine is
But
mine and what's yours is mine.
yeah. Well, as as it should be. So yeah, there's a Streamlabs link in the description, I'm sure, below.
Yep.
Send me some cash that way is the best way, because then I avoid haircuts and some of that, and I appreciate you all.
This man
We're
pays
almost
like
halfway.
$3 a cigarette, so please
Yeah.
support his nicotine habit. Keep him sane.
Please, as we're saying that, because I'm running low, so send money for smokes and beers and mortgages. Thanks for all the support, guys. We're almost at the halfway goal. I set a $2,000 goal. We're coming up almost to 1,000. So if we can get $200 sent this way on this show, hey, look at that, and I can take the weekend off.
Mm-hmm.
If not, You'll see more of me
Pay Jason to make him
every
go
day
away.
in every way. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if this is going to work out quite the way you intended it, Jason.
I'll take it.
Superior Beast has sent you a heater. General Curtis Yarvin is sending his minions. You know, we should... I wonder if we could wind up getting having a Curtis Yarvin Network Armageddon Electric Boogaloo. Wouldn't that be an interesting thing to do?
With Curtis on?
Yeah.
Maybe.
You've talked to him before.
Maybe.
He's kind of hot shit ever since then, though. I don't know.
He still slums occasionally.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's funny. Tom Luongo has made this observation that... welcome, it's Damn It Jeremy's new subscriber on Kick. Thank you, my friend. Tom Luongo has observed that Trump has developed this pattern where every Thursday, there's some massive news thing that drops and totally whips the media up into a frenzy, and they spend all weekend, and then come Monday, we're on to a completely different story. And it occurred to me that we decided that we are going to do Network Armageddon Electric Boogaloo every Thursday night. What that means is we'll have something planned for Thursday, as we did last week, and then some big hullabaloo will kick off, and it's like, well, shit. Do we talk about what we plan to talk about? Or, you know, maybe we just need to turn Network Armageddon Electric Boogaloo into the weekly analysis of what new story is dropping that the Trump administration is trying to use to reset the narrative for the week.
I mean, it worked last week.
Yeah.
I thought the exact same thing this morning. The exact same thing. Like, oh yeah, Thursdays, because then there's this Orthodox prediction. We covered this with Conrad from World War Now over on my channel, and part of the Orthodox prediction was that Israel will strike Iran, and then there'll be Erdogan will leave Turkey, and then this will be the precursors to World War III, or let's say a major military operation, whatever. And part of the prediction when the monks gave was that one day you'll wake up and you'll be sipping your coffee and read the reports that Israel's hit Iran. And that was literally me this morning. my morning being like 3 hours ago because of the 12-hour difference. I woke up, say my prayers, sit down on the computer, boot everything up, have my coffee, and here I'm sipping, and like the first thing comes, like it hits me is like, oh, Israel has hit Tehran. I'm like, Jesus. Shit. Here we are going to talk about nice little, Ninja deGrasse Tyson. We have this whole Christian thing figured out to talk about today, and then all of a sudden that happens. But you know what? Honestly, I think it's still apropos. I think the talking about Christianity and the old atheist materialism coming into the new, as Cyprian once called it, the dim age.
Oh yeah, I think
forgot about the dim age. Return to a certain amount of Christianity. I call it a mush Christianity. The neo-trads are coming back. We have a video from Sargon of Akkad, who's now essentially basically went from hardcore militant atheist to agnostic, and his kids are going to, I guess, an Anglican church with his wife, and they go every Sunday, and he goes with them, and he's softening in real time.
It's happening.
It's almost. I'm almost. I wish my clairvoyance worked with money.
Yeah, Asmongold.
Why, Lord? Why?
Oh, did you see the new entry I tagged you in this morning? I can't remember. I took a nap this afternoon because I was up at 4:00 this morning. There was some entry or an entry to the Vengeful Son catalog. There's a basketball player who's been suspended.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he stuck his hand down his pants, grabbed his nuts, and then made a heckler sniff him or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
When you said total violence, you said total violence.
Hey, man, I can't imagine. Why would you heckle a giant?
Right.
It's just something stupid to me. Like, you're sitting there going, you suck. What are you doing? He's a big, giant black man. He's like a black Nephilim who's gonna just crush you, like just remove you with his hand, with one hand, man. Like, I'm not a basketball fan, but I do enjoy, like, I don't go into the woods because there's grizzlies there. I wouldn't go to a basketball game because that's where the giant black people are. Why would you do that to yourself? Fucking bring some spray. What are you doing?
Uniquely
Why?
large,
Don't
uniquely low impulse control.
right. Hopped up on drugs and pride and vainglory. What are you doing? And you're going to insult this man? What's wrong with you?
This is like the standard lib of today has zero survival instinct. They're so detached from the world that they don't even they can't even do the cause and effect thing anymore. Like the whole country's being invaded by violent low IQ third worlders from militant terrorist groups, and they're just like, "Oh, this is fine. This is fine." Actually, it's the people trying to arrest the violent invaders who are the problem.
Well, you got to think of the worldview, right? Because we're going to talk about this with Neil. But when you assume someone's worldview and then they say some stuff, it's like, okay, either you're full of shit and you're just lying to everybody, which is a possibility, and we can keep that as a probability, or you're in your frame, you believe this, but yet nothing you do informs your belief, which is weird. So imagine you're a far lefty. You think Donald Trump is literally the return of HH, right? He's a fascist, militant, not an evil man, but he's in control of the U.S. military, and you're going to piss this man off? You're going to dare this man? So which one is it? Is he the big bad evil guy who's going to destroy everyone? And if you speak out, he's going to send you to a camp and da-da-da-da-da, right? Or isn't he? Because if he is that thing, you button up, man.
Yeah.
You mind your manners. You ride it out, and you very quietly vote against him in the next election, if there are such elections. Bernstein power, or whatever, right? Like, what is wrong? What is wrong with you? Or if you're going to be if you're really going to take arms against him, the last thing you do is just show up at a freaking protest with your face exposed, like with a stupid sign on. Like, they have Palantir, they have drones, they know who you are now. Don't be silly. Like, I don't know. It's like, as you said, no self-preservation system. It's like they want to get hurt just so they can. It's the Handmaid's Tale meme, right? Where they have some sort of like harm fetish that they need to play out.
Oh, that's a very interesting observation. Like, if you think about the age of the devouring mother being this distortedly feminine age, then what are the feminine characteristics you could identify at the like the personal or individual level that would actually port to the societal level as well? And that would probably be one of them. Like like women, it's pretty well documented that we'll say, I don't know if this is necessarily considered a family show, but I'll keep it decent here. That women like to be controlled. They like to be controlled. They like to be dominated. They like to have that. There's something about the feminine psyche that likes to be put into dangerous places, but hates it at the same time. Like, wants to be put somewhere dangerous and then rescued from there. They're like right on the like, if you're a boring guy, every woman will be like, oh yeah, I just want the nice boring guy. But at the end of the day, the really boring guys are the ones who get left because some machismo daring guy came along. That's like that psychology that's present for a woman at the individual level also seems like it's pervaded the collective psyche as well.
Well, it's the inversion of it, right?
Yeah.
Because if you think of, like, let's say we take the Theotokos, Virgin Mary, as the good model, right? The divine model. So she bears suffering. She bears it, and she bears it for both her son and for humanity. The devouring mother inverts it, so they promote suffering. So it becomes like this martyr symptom of, like, simply saying, "Look how much I suffer. The more I suffer, the more virtuous I am. I am virtuous because of my suffering." They understand that the Virgin Mary is virtuous, and she suffers. But the devouring mother is like, so if I suffer, I am virtuous. It's like, no, not really, because you won't shut up about it. Like, yeah, we know you're suffering. We hear it all the time, every single day. We hear how much you're suffering. We get it. It's the classic Jewish mother syndrome. That's you can think of that. If you think of the stereotype of the Jewish mother, there's your devouring mother. Perfect example, right?
That's where like there is something. I think that the Jewsburgs. I'm well documented here on my feeling about the low IQ anti-Semites. Well, let me say something about them here real quick. So this is a thought that occurred to me the other day when I watched this video of a guy who extremely just here. Let's introduce the soundboard here. Very ding ding dingy, and he's looking at his car, and he has his wheel is he's like turned the wheels sharply to the side. So on the inside of the wall of one of his tires, there's a bolt. Like he drove over a bolt. It's down in the tire. And he's looking at it and he's like, well, look how perfectly inserted. Like it's not like crooked in there. It's just perfectly straight and flush. I wonder if somebody did this on purpose because I'm a Jew. And at first I thought it was like a parody almost, but then he did like, just speaking to the camera, talking. He's like, no, but it probably wasn't. I'm sure it probably wasn't. But can you imagine? This is what it's like to be a Jew. When something like this happens, you have to have that question in the back of your mind. Was this done specifically to me to hurt me? And it hit me like a ton of bricks that what's so off-putting about the relentless doom-fapping Jewsburgs is that they have that exact same psychological trait. They are spiritual Jews. Every single thing that happens, they're like, this is actually part of a magical, a gigantic plan being orchestrated by cosmic entities, by beings with divine races, with divine power in their blood, that enables them to function as some sort of massive spiritual hive mind that is specifically hunting me. So every single news event is actually a targeted operation against me personally.
Well, and then what makes it frustrating for both sides is that occasionally something happens that confirms, that at least partly confirms their narrative.
Yes.
For the Jewsburgs, then you have some weird Egyptian guy, throwing Molotov cocktails and lighting Jews on fire. So I mean that happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
That confirms some fears. And then for the Goyimsburgs, the spiritual Jews, all of a sudden, Israel nukes Iran. You're like, well, okay, shit.
Yeah. Okay. So having
occasionally you get it right. If a broken clock is right twice a day. Oh shit, they're bombing Iran.
Yeah. Right. So, okay. So having dragged the Jewtards, now I'll throw them a bone. This particular character, there is something that's unique about the Jews vis-a-vis every other, I don't know, whatever category, ethnic group, or however you want to categorize them. There is something that's unique about them.
I don't want to derail you, but YouTube, we love the Jews. We love Israel. We love them. The greatest ally. Amazing.
One of my favorite posters in the Mirren Chamber is a Jew.
Right. Just honestly,
I have Jewish
just the
friends
best.
too.
Just the best, really the best. Sometimes I just volunteer to turn on lights on Saturdays. I just go walk around the neighborhood. I post flyers. Do you need me to turn some lights on for you? Just give me a call. No, don't. Not even a charge. Just kindness in my own heart. From a Christian, we're all Abrahamic, right? So honestly, yeah, why not? It's neighborly. So, anyways, go ahead. Sorry, Matt. I didn't want to derail you.
Yeah. So there is something to them that. So you have this spirit of the vengeful, or spirit of the devouring mother, that you said is characterized as it's the stereotype of the I don't know, the overbearing Jewish mother. Like that is the devouring mother spirit, and I think that there is something about the Jewish people that is the role that they play in history. They are not just one of a bunch of different groups. You've got the browns and you've got the blacks and you've got the yellows and you've got the slants and you've got the whatever else. There is something about their essence as a cultural phenomenon or a historical phenomenon that is unique, because this age that has dominated for the past however long, is I think inextricably bound up with the Jewish personality, the personality of the Jewish people, and they're a very feminized people as a not just a, like, it's more than blood, it's more than a religion, it's kind of its own unique thing, because Christianity is the default state. There's nothing like Christianity, and modern day Jewishness is in direct dialectic opposition to Christianity. So it has to be unique relative to all the others.
Right.
So yeah, there's the spirit of the devouring mother is a Jewish spirit, I would say.
And Islam as well. Islam occupies this weird third position.
That's more like the tyrannical father in a sense, I'd say.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, but I would say that they're neither or, right? Because Islam has like all the bad traits we would associate with Christianity and Judaism, and very few positive ones. Like the only thing that the Muslims do really well is strict adherence to structure.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're really big into, you know, almost militant abeyance to the structure.
Whereas so it's like they occupy the structure, where the Jews occupy all the space between the structures, because the Jews
Right.
are always trying to figure out where does the structure break down, where is the end point that I can take this to the nth degree and figure out a way to navigate around it. Where Islam is like, this is the law, yeah,
right,
the law and the exceptions to the law.
So maybe actually Christianity is really the third position in that sense. We want to look at it from a little differently. Whereas Christianity tries doing both, right? Where it's obedience to the structure, but also understanding that the spirit doesn't always obey a formalized structure in your life. Like, you know, you create these structures in order to interact with it, but the spirit abides, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, a lot of times with Christianity, it's just like, just don't know. It's okay. You cannot know things, and sometimes it's better for you not to know. Like, don't worry about it. Just continue on with your day. You know,
there are times to submit, and there are times to not.
Right.
And wisdom is knowing the difference. Yeah.
Which I think is maybe why Christianity is so good at building civilization, because civilization kind of has to be malleable. You know, there has to be a strict structure to it in order to scaffold the mechanisms of civilization. But there's also an interplay. There's something that shouldn't be necessarily overly structured. If you try to explain it, if you try to ration it out too much, you get stupid gray boxes, right? So, and you just get blah blah. You know, highly pragmatic, not very romantic, very kind of ugly things. So for romanticism to happen, you need to have that sort of unknown. The mystery itself is what propels men forward to doing something new, which is kind of laying up the I need to find a woman and marry. I mean, need to find this woman and marry her clip.
Yes, perfect. Okay,
but yeah, but
men
build.
Go ahead.
Men build towards the good, the beautiful, the true. These things are metaphysical categories. They're not. You find them in nature, but it's more like we apply those categories to the thing. Only man can build these things from his mind, his heart, from to exalt and to honor God, and our place in the world. We build these things. We build it because we're builders. It's what we do.
Okay, let's catch up on some of the I don't know. I don't even know what to call these things. Super chats, tips, subscriptions, etc., etc. Kenneth Wells with $5 super chat over on YouTube. He said, "Demons are to humans like zombie ant fungus are to ants." Yeah, that's. I think that's one way to. It's not like exactly 1-to-1, but that's a good way to think about it. You get this ant fungus that is it's a material analogy for a spiritual reality, but you have the ant, and then you have this fungus that has like penetrated out through all of the ants and is controlling them as like one large entity, and demonic influence is very similar. It can be one to one, it can be one to many, but it's difficult, I think, for people to conceptualize, to understand. Like, I don't know if it's Hollywood or whatever, making us think of demons as being like a weird goat figure or something like that. When demons are what is it? Lord of Spirits calls them vast cosmic intelligences. That's like if you hear vast cosmic intelligences and you're kind of like, what? Yeah, exactly. That's what they are. They're vast cosmic intelligences.
I mean, the thing about materialism in the liberal frame is it affects us all, right? So one of the big things about liberalism is its adherence to individualism. It's a hard one to crack because you're so soaked in it, and it may seem that in parlance we're talking about a person. I am a person. Matt is a person. We are two separate persons, but that isn't what individuality is. People like to boil it down to that. There's a word concept fallacy, but individualism really means separate from. So you are this separate thing, that exists outside of the collective. That you can create, your own worldview and your own, sense of being. That's impossible. You borrow these things. You are the collection of your parents and traditions and families and cultures and countries, environments, and all these other things, that they all exist in you. And so this idea that you are somehow separate from all that is a big giant lie. When you get into the spiritual realm, because we bring these things into conversations about the spiritual, demons aren't personal. They might be acting on you personally, right? But they're just floating around, man. Like, they're not. You might get a demon who gets attached to you, right? Who has now a vested interest in you, like a parasite. But in general, these demons are just floating around doing their thing. If they can create despair, that's really their big objective, is to make you despair and turn from God, and basically sacrifice your duties and responsibilities as an image bearer of God. If they can get you to do that,
which is definitionally to induce you into suicide. And that's right. Like spiritual suicide. And that's Kenneth Wells clarifies. It says, I was referring to the propensity to suicidal desire to tempt fate by the analogy. So we came full circle on that.
Right.
One thing about individualism that I got to say here is that it's more than just a political philosophy. I think that's the way a lot of people interface with it. But it is, individualism is like an anti-metaphysical set of presuppositions. Mm-hmm. So it is making metaphysical presumptions, but it's doing it blindly. And what those and when I mean metaphysical, like presumptions or presuppositions, I'm talking about individualism is this notion that all of reality is atomized or atomizable. That everything, this applies to more than just social relationships, even science, the way they approach science. The desire to find the smallest possible atom or micron or quantum bit or whatever. This view of the world, that the world must be reduced to a bunch of single individual atomized pieces that are all sort of moving in a relationship to one another. But it's the emphasis on the pieces, and it's kind of the ignorance of the relationship between the pieces. And then you'll get on the flip side, the opposite of individualism isn't collectivism. It's something, but you might say collectivism, I suppose. It's like an overemphasis on the relationships and an ignorance of the individual bits. But you have to be able to hold both of these in tension at the same time. Like the idea that light is both a wave and a sorry, my mind just blanked. The term I'm trying to think of.
A wave and a particle.
Wave and a particle. Thank you. That I'm not weighing in on the wave particle duality conversation itself. I'm saying that notion. You have to be able to think of reality as both a wave and a particle simultaneously. It's not one, it's not the other. It's both.
Well, it's also because, and this is where you get into the Trinity ideas, is that imperialism and imperialism is basically the same thing, right?
Empiricism.
It's just applying empiricism. Sorry, it's just applying individualism into science.
Mm-hmm.
So it breaks everything down to function. So the atom is only important because of what the atom does, not the mystery of the atom. So the mystery, the metaphysics of these things, the symbolism of these things gets ignored because under nominalism, the only things that exist are tangential matter and the things that act upon it. Everything else is just assumed or a function thereof. So and I'm sure we'll get this a little bit with Neil deGrasse Tyson and his little atheist speech, but they just assume things. They just grant themselves these things. So the mind, right, thinking, the ability to think and conceive and all these other things is just a given because it's a process of the brain. They say, well, the brain produces thoughts, therefore, the brain has chemistry, brain chemistry does things. So consciousness, thoughts, all the rest of it are just functions of the brain. How they happen, well, we'll figure it out eventually, but don't worry about it. It's in there somewhere. Even though, if you break it down to that, it means that the brain breaks physics. So the ability for me to speak, my brain's firing off the neurons, right? Brain chemistry happening. Woo! It's making me conceive of words and speak them in a language that can be understood. And this is your, what's the quote?
Mouth sounds and
mouth
mind
noises.
pictures.
My sounds and mind pictures. So I'm speaking, you guys are hearing it, and you're understanding it and creating a world inside of it. If I tell you a story, you reconstruct that story in your mind. So this is like the classic example of if I tell you a story about selling 7 coconuts on a table, you now create 7 coconuts. It's 7 things called coconuts on a table in your mind, and you have to be able to conceive of the number 7, a table, coconuts. All these little categories become alive in your mind the moment I speak them. That breaks physics because I'm saying something and you're processing it faster than the speed of light. It's instantaneous. There's no delay. There's beep, 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 right? And this breaks this, like Sam Harris even goes, oh, this is why he's all into meditation bullshit, because they got to outthink this, but they can't outthink it because it's in your head. You can't outthink your own brain chemistry. Your brain chemistry can't do more brain chemistry. Like, it's just impossible. And then differences in people and differences in thoughts and having conflicts even would be impossible if you break everything down to brain chemistry. Because what you're saying, like my brain chemistry and your brain chemistry are having a rivalry. Why would that happen? From an evolutionary perspective, it would make sense that we all think the same thing. Within given, you give me the data, I'm going to come to the exact same conclusions as you do. Knowledge, education, all these things would be irrelevant in brain chemistry land, because all it is just brain chemistry acting on brain chemistry.
Yeah, and the differences between your brain chemistry and my brain chemistry would be irrelevant because there's no foundation to weigh them against. It's just things happening and things happening. And there's no standard for evaluating whether one is better or superior, or if it belongs here versus belonging there. It's just random chaos.
Yeah, and again, all these things, all these policies, this whole philosophy works for a mercantile empire.
Yes,
because you break everything down to its prime functions that can be understood into its most fractional point, and then sold, reproduced, and sold. You take that on the material lens, so you can break everything down to its component parts and then understand where you need those component parts and how to produce them and sell them and construct these things. So that works for the material marketplace. But then, because humans do human things, we start to take that and start putting it into everything else. And there's your breakdown of meaning, and there's your nihilism, because we are not widgets. We're not cogs. We're not. We can be treated like cogs. We can pretend to be cogs. We can be treated like cogs. We can function like cogs. But the more we do that, the more everything else breaks down, because civilization was built for citizens, not cogs. It doesn't work. Even under feudalism, people go, oh, the feudalism stuff. It's like, those people had importance, right? Like, the lords really treated their feudal vassals by and large really well. You know why? Because those are people who made the food. Like, even if they broke them down to cogs, like, yeah, well, we need you to make the food.
The
prestigious
lords were the ones who took care of their people and who saw themselves as advocates for and the ultimate protectors for their people. They were the ultimate father for their people. Those were the ones who had prestige and honor and glory and were recognized as great men. And they were powerful because if they were known to be the ones who took care of their people, they would attract more people. They would have more manpower. They would have more social credibility. So now we've come full circle from where we left off at the end when the stream just cut off on us last week. We were talking about the merchants,
Right.
and it's not a coincidence, I think, that at the same time on the political level, in the political terrain, you have this atomization thing happening because there's vested economic interests that want to see the breakdown of the existing political structures for mercantile reasons. Like if I'm a traveling merchant, I don't want to have to negotiate with kings and princes. I want to be able to negotiate with the common man. I want to be able to sell directly to him. It's really inconvenient to have to pay the tariffs of the Lord, to have to engage in bargaining or whatever with the Lord directly because he's the one who's going to protect and represent his people. No, I want to split that relationship apart. I want to pull the people away from their leadership, away from their protectors, so that I can negotiate directly one-to-one with them. Now, the more people I do that with, the more customers I have, the larger, the more business opportunities I have. So it's not a coincidence that I think that that economic reality, ultimately, you could say chicken or the egg here, but that economic reality ultimately bore out a philosophical development that became what is today liberalism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why the liberal frame is so pervasive, because everyone who's engaging in this free market, everything,
commerce,
like capitalism to communism, everything, the thing that makes the world economy work, globalism, etc., is all liberalism. It's just one extension after another. And when I say these things, you go, "Oh, you're promoting communism?" No, I'm not promoting anything. I'm just letting you know what it is. You got to see it first, and then when you see it, then you can start to go, okay, what is this thing and how is it affecting me and how can I interact with it? Do I want to interact with it? Do I go live in the freaking woods? I don't know, man. Do your thing. I can't discern what the best thing for you, the listener, is in your life. But I can tell you what the thing is. So then you can go, okay, we're dealing at least with we're closer to actual reality. And then when you get closer to reality, by the way, that means you're closer to, the logos, that's truth. And once you get closer to truth, then all your actions and reactions are at least truthful. They're not part of the empire of lies. You're not just a client of the merchant's despair unwillingly. You can be in the driver's seat a bit more. And isn't that nice? Wouldn't that be nice to not feel like you're just being yanked around? That's the other reason, like, they're going for this. They went for the DEI, ESG, yada 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 yada. Right? There's many reasons, but I think there's the promotion of a monoculture. If you have a monoculture and then a global governance of that culture, you're just selling to the same people. You don't have to create all these different products and have to worry about, oh, well, you can't make ghost movies in China because the Chinese don't like ghosts, right? That's the thing. Ghostbusters couldn't be shown in China because the Chinese are like, oh, ghosts. No. We don't fuck with ghosts. So then all of a sudden you're like, shit, well, fuck, that whole franchise is fucked. Didn't we think about this? What? You don't like ghosts? What? Nope, not at all. We put a Chinese guy in the thing. He's a Chinese site. Look at the thing. Don't like ghosts.
Look at the slants.
Yeah. More Iron Man.
I think another thing here too that maybe we kind of still got to get to the rest of the super chats here and then get to this first video. So I'll make this my last comment. One thing that I think may be implicit in the way that you and I are seeing the world and people kind of in our immediate circle, and then those who are outside who don't seem to get it, if given everything we've laid out here about the emergence of liberalism and some of the basic presuppositions baked into it and how embedded it is in the global economic system, the mass commercialization of everything, what that means is that to reorder the global economic system and to take an axe to the roots of liberalism are the same thing. Mm-hmm. This is one and the same. So if there are a horde of powerful interests that are all dedicating themselves to this process of reorienting the entire global order, then whether they're intending to or not, they are taking an axe to the roots of liberalism because these have grown up, they're so entwined together. That is the Gordian knot. If you are able to successfully reorder the entire global economic system, necessarily you will have struck a death blow to liberalism. Now, that's not to say that I think it's easy for people to say, okay, well, liberalism is the big bad guy, so we just need to kill liberalism and then we'll all live happily ever after. No, whatever comes next is going to suck. It's going to suck like liberalism did. Just like what was before liberalism. Whatever, there is no, we're not like trying to recreate heaven on earth here. What we're doing is we are creating heaven on earth. We have to dedicate ourselves to the process of creating heaven on earth. Whether or not we actually do. We'll continue going through this process. So whatever comes next is going to have its own upsides, its own downsides. It's going to be different. The liberal age is ending. And whether that takes 10 years or 100 years, I don't know. But either way, our children's children, if for sure, and maybe sooner than that, will be living in a different world that has different basic presuppositions about the fundamental nature of reality and what they are, who they are with respect to it. We're coming to the end of a cycle of hundreds of years of people all, broadly speaking, viewing the world the same way. And now we're navigating out of that, and we're moving into uncharted waters.
Let me just briefly say this, and then I'm going to use the facilities, and you can finish reading your super chats. By the way, send me some money. I get this pushback now all the time with Vengeful Son, right? So I'll see something, the current responses in Ireland, right? Now they went after some immigrant housing because of a situation, some immigrants raped or tried to rape a young Irish girl, so they responded by burning down their house. There's been police presence, and they turned around and went to like an immigrant center and burnt that down. So these things are happening. The Vengeful Son is definitely in Ireland right now.
Oh yeah.
And when I say these things, people go, "Well, but it is right. It is just. It is." I go, "Whoa, stop." Okay. There's a difference in simply saying that there is now, because of how things have been handled, and because we're in this end of something phase, and things are being torn down, and there will be violence. It's whether it's physical or mental or spiritual or whatever, there will be violence. This is the total violence aspect of it. And it in many cases it might be absolutely necessary, because the mechanisms for non-violent change has been taken from you and corrupted. Like the Irish have been asking their authorities to do something. They keep, nothing gets done. They're finally like, screw it, we're doing something, right? There's your seed of Vengeful Son. Now the difference is, there's one thing to use violence because you have to in a situation, and another thing to get off on it. And that's why I've warned you that the problem with the Vengeful Son isn't going to be the violence itself. It's going to be that it feels good. And as soon as it starts to feel good, and you go, great, so we did that, and that felt really good, and it seemed to fix some problems. Now let's look around. What else can violence solve? And that's where you get into situations where you beggar the response from the authorities, who then come in and go, well, now you're just burning down everything, and people don't like that, so we got to do something about it. What we saw in LA, right? That's not our guys doing it. That's their guys doing it, right? The bad people are doing it. Great, cool. But they're still doing it, right? Like that's their version of the Vengeful Son being brought out in LA. So what's the response? We'll bring the Marines in. We'll set the drones in. We'll set Palantir in. We'll start collecting data. And we all go, yeah, get them. That's how this is going to stop. It's like, yeah, and it might. And in this application, totally, you're not going to hear a complaint from me. But the problem is it starts to feel good.
To come.
And it feels good to those guys too, right? It infects us all. And it infects us all equally. Just as the devouring mother infected all of us in one way, shape, or form, this new spirit is going to affect all of us too. So the people at the top are also going to get off on it feeling good. And they're going to look for more reasons to feel good. It's dopamine, spiritual dopamine. Who's next? Oh, you criticize Israel a bit too much. Send the drones. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm not saying that's guaranteed to happen. I'm not saying that's going to happen in the U.S. Could technically very well happen in my country where I'm living right now. But whatever, right? I'm simply saying that you can't control these things. And once you let this out of the box, and once you start to imbibe it in yourself, then that's how you get lost. That's what I'm warning against.
That sort of thing would have been unthinkable in the age that we're leaving. Those sorts of things just didn't happen. And what's going to happen is that we're moving into an age where that sort of thing becomes actually plausible. That's where the nothing ever happens bros are going to be a comedic vestige of the devouring mother age, because everything is going to start happening. And that's here. Like, here's the thing: everything is going to start happening, which means this is a very good thing. There's many good things that need to start happening. Those good things are going to start happening. What also is going to start happening is bad things. Many bad things are going to start happening. Things that have been foretold for many years, and people have been like, oh well, nothing ever happens. Everyone always says it's going to happen, but it's going to start happening. We're going to get both of those worlds, and I think maybe the big takeaway on the Vengeful Son side of this is that return, repent, redeem. Return, repent, redeem. The age of the Vengeful Son will be counterbalanced with the rise of the prodigal son. And the prodigal son will be the man in the room. The vengeful son will be the little boy who's spazzing out. He's mad, he's angry, he wants to break things, it feels good. The men will be the ones who can transcend their own passions. Yes, it does feel good, but we're not motivated by doing things that feel good. We're motivated by the truth. And sometimes pursuing the truth doesn't feel good. This is why you got to get used to suffering, so that you can tune yourself so that you're not simply just being led by your passions. Because when you're being led by your passions, you wind up in a situation of all in all violence. So the men are going to be the ones who build, while the little boys are trying to break things and tear things down.
Because the question is always this: when do you stop? What stops it? You might think to yourself, well, I'll know when to stop. I'm like, okay, great. Even if I allow that, I grant you that you, special person, knows when to stop. Will use violence and destruction, all the rest of it, judiciously, and get to a point and go, okay, that's it, enough, right? Even if we grant it to you, can we grant it to millions of people, to billions of people, all around the world? Can you influence these things? No? Okay, so what can you do? What's the one singular point of control that you have in your life right now? Return, repent, redeem. Return to the Father, repent of your sins, begin the transformation of redemption. Be better. Be better than the previous generations. You want to criticize the boomers? Great, be better. That doesn't mean have more. Because, by the way, their materialism has got us to this point. You think you're being robbed of what they had. The thing to understand is what they had is poison. Desiring what the boomers had will just make it worse.
Yes.
Return, repent, redeem. What's the one thing they didn't do? They turned their back on the church, on tradition.
On their children.
They got on their children, on their duties and responsibilities. That's why you hate them. That's why you say the night of the warm pillow. That's why you're resentful. It's not because of what they had and they're going on cruises. Do you really want to go on a freaking cruise? Honestly, you see these people, you're like, and again, there's exceptions. Jim Jatras and many others are great exceptions. But there's a lot of these other guys. You see them on TikTok. You're like, I don't want to be that guy. What? I like the cardigan, but that's about it. What are we talking about? So, no, you don't really want that. You think you want that because other people tell you want that. This is Gerard 101. Other people's desires are external, and you see this desire and you go, well, I want that. It's like, no, you don't. What you really want is meaning, a sense of being. Again, Carl's going to talk about this when we get to Sargon. That is what's been taken from you. That is what we need to return, repent, and redeem, to reclaim for ourselves. Everything else will just be everything else. Like, if you have to, tighten up the budget and buy one less piece of IKEA furniture this month, do you think it's going to freaking matter? Really? In the grand scheme of things? No. What will matter, what will ensure the prosperity of your children going forward is not money or land or some of those great things to have, by the way. If you have it, great. Send me some. I'm a
Mail
weird
some
grifter.
land.
I'm a weird grifter, right? I'm like, money is. Don't worry about money. Don't even think about money. But send me some.
You don't need money, but I do.
Yeah, I'll spend your money better than you. Don't worry about it. Just send it to me. I'll save. I'll give it to me for safekeeping. Just rainy days. No, of course we all need these things. We're trapped in the system. Like it's fine. And I'm not some capitalist, anti-capitalist, communist. Burn money down and all the rest. No. I'm simply saying that what you desire from the boomer lifestyle, the boomer, all that stuff, wanting that is just what's going to get you more here. So do you want to get that to your parents, to your kids? You think if you're given all these opportunities, you'll do something better with them. The reality is that I think, it's just to throw this monkey wrench into people's thinking, if you're given the same responsibility, or given all the same benefits, you would do it just as poorly as the boomers, and probably even more, because you're resentful about it. And you'll convince yourself that you're doing the right thing. And maybe you'll give more to your kids or something like that. But the attention that you were robbed from your parents is because they were pursuing material ends that they convinced themselves was good for the family. Every single man who went and worked 80-hour weeks and some of that in corporate America from the 80s on up, all convinced themselves very readily that they were the breadwinner and they had to do this for the family. And led to divorce and broken homes and distant children. No, not every single woman who went to the PTA thing and held up, feminism, burnt their bras and stuff, that didn't intend for their young daughters or granddaughters to be on OnlyFans. That wasn't their intention. But once it starts happening, they have no way to break it. They have no brakes on it. So then they're all of a sudden, they just have to well, I guess we're going along with this. There's that clip, I think Jim Bob or someone sent it, this lady was interviewing an old boomer lady. And she's like, are you for puberty blockers? And she said, well, of course, these kids, if they're suffering, they need the medication. And she's like, well, would you be okay with a kid getting a tattoo? Well, no. That's a life-altering decision that they had to really in the same conversation, right? And the lady's like, and the young girl was like, so you don't think puberty blockers is like a life-changing decision? And you see the old lady goes blink, oh, like category error 404, 404, smoke rising, just because they've gotten themselves to this position. This is where it leads. And you get to this point where you're like, I have to allow it, because if I don't, the judgment of all my other decisions come crashing down on me. The atheist doesn't fear Christian nationalism. They fear the judgment of God. Super chats. Go ahead, read them. I'll be right back.
Jeff Accordion, welcome. New subscriber over on Kick. And by year one has gifted a Kick sub to Mr. Butt Poop. Patriots, both of you, all three of you. Welcome, Mr. Butt Poop. Congratulations to you getting a free 1-month subscription on Kick. If you're watching on, we've got the Kick chat is popping. We got the YouTube chat popping. There's 82 on YouTube right now. And let's see, got to refresh to see on Kick. 43 over on Kick. If I could get a handful of you to leave YouTube and go over and watch on Kick, that would be absolutely wonderful. I'm trying to get the numbers up over there. And I understand that it seems like in the chat here, some of you guys are having issues with the app not cooperating or what have you. I also saw Dawn Browning is in the chat, and she said that YouTube did not notify her, which, of course, is one of the many reasons why I'm very happy to leave YouTube behind. It sucks. It's terrible. I appreciate you guys. There's the Kick chats in there. Welcome, Mr. Butt Poop. Slutty Milk, I see you there, brother. Good to see you. Rob P says, I get warning. I'll wait to read that until Jason gets back here. Let me finish these here. Rob P is also a member over on YouTube. He said that, I saw in the chat, Rob said that Kick just doesn't agree with him at all. So, So I won't berate you. You gave me money. I won't berate you for giving money to YouTube as well. I appreciate you, man. There's Douglas Archer says kick notifications work like a charm. That's good to know. Gaga's in the chat. Everyone say hello to Gaga. Into nursing. She says, do we have to comment so you can see us? Is there a like button? There is not a like button on Kick. Yes, comment and I will see you. Jason Robb says, I get warning against the excesses of the Vengeful Son, but I'm not convinced we're there yet, and counter-signaling to the potential aggression could be seen as complicity to the current norms. Do you want to respond to that while I get the this young lady's video queued up?
I mean, I've exhausted my ability to explain this to people. No offense, Rob. I don't know what else to tell you. If you think it's counter-signaling, then it's counter-signaling to you, and God bless. I've explained this position so many times now. I'm trying not to be insulting, because I don't know what else to tell you. That I mean, we just spent 20 minutes talking about this. Whereas, like, the danger of it is going to feel good, and there's no mechanism in society anymore because so many people have left the church and left tradition and normal breaks where we go, no, stop it, right? We got to think of civilization itself here. That's gone. People don't like it. They want to tear it down because they have good reasons for it. I've just told you, like, all these reasons totally justified. The reason why you don't see it because you look at these actions and go, well, yeah, that has to happen. But then you do the corollary, right? When it happens on the left, and you go, oh, evil people. It's like, that's the same spirit. Same thing. Same reasons. They want to tear it down. Okay? That's it. They want to tear it down. They don't know why. They're not thinking. It's not engaging. It's not a conscious, logical position. They're just imbued with a spirit to burn it down, destroy it. And when it happens on the left, we understand it because we can see it. It's not us. But when we see, and then when you see on the right, we excuse it because we go, well, that's justified. It's the same thing.
And it may be justified. What Jason is saying here is don't get caught in the trap where you begin justifying every single thing you see based on this same framework, because you don't realize that the political operating system of the age has updated. It's changed. We're in a different world now. As Ian Carroll says here, basically, yeah, brace for impact. We're not counter-signaling potential aggression. We need aggression. There needs to be much more male aggression. We've spent the last couple of decades, several decades, with way too little male aggression. Men are getting very passive and feminized and catty, and they spend all their time wallowing in resentment and depressed and morose and convinced that the future is only going to get worse. And they've got all you have to do is poke them and they'll start rattling off their long list of grievances. This isn't masculine behavior. This is perverse, feminized male behavior. We need masculine aggression. But the point here is that you're not going to get that masculine aggression just in the good form. You're going to get all sorts of different aggression. Now, we're moving into an age where that aggression is going to span the spectrum. It's going to span all spectrums, all spectra. And don't get caught in the trap of, we've needed aggression. This is aggression, therefore it's good. That's going to be the really easy, like, in the same way that the devouring mother was defined by violence. Violence makes us feel icky. Therefore, all violence is bad. The corollary, the inverse of that from the Vengeful Son is we've seen what it looks like when we don't allow certain types of violence. So now all violence must be permitted. That would be the corollary to the devouring mother side of it.
Yeah, and again, because we're not in divine forms, so the prodigal son, repent, redeems, becomes the prudent son. Right, and then from prudence understands when to apply brakes. He's prudent. That's literally the definition of the word. Mm-hmm. You know, discernment. It can apply discernment because he's humbled. He humbles himself and gives his life up to God and says, "You will direct me. I am only but a vessel. Of course, I do things, I do acts, but my ultimate spiritual faith exists in God. Right? I give my life to Him. I'm saving this for to talk, but I just kind of leveled up this morning. Actually, it's been brewing, but I had a spiritual level up because I finally understood what loving God is. And that sounds maybe silly to people, but you can say these words and you can understand them, but it's the essence of being it. It's the phronema of being it. And until you are it, then when you I put it this way, once you start to become it, you look back at all your other years before that and go, I was just talking. I was just saying words. Now I'm living them. And that step, I can't explain it to you. There's no mouth noises I can make for you to understand it. It's just you just one day you're here and the next day you're there, and then when you're here you go, oh, I get it now. I'll give you one example. About 2 years ago, and I remember the exact moment when it happened, is when I accepted God. So I was an atheist for a long time, had a spiritual awakening in 2020, and then so 2 years ago, 2023 ish. Oddly enough, when the news kind of got cleared and I got all these transmissions, all these ideas started percolating. Vengeful Sun, civilizational capital, all came out around that time period. And it was I remember the exact moment when it hit me. I'm like, I haven't accepted God fully into my heart, my state of being, my framework. I think I have. I know God exists. I operate like He does. I say my prayers. I do all these things. I observe. I'm journeying, but I haven't really accepted Him fully into my life. And then one day I did, and it was like, that's missing. And now, I mean, really just this morning is when I understood that what's missing for me is the love of God, the true love of God. To love God like a father, the Father. And at first we understand that love is sort of interpersonal. So we love people like, you have to love God as much. Let's start it this way. You have to love God as much as you love your child or your wife or your parents or whoever you love the most. You have to start loving God, not just the concept, but actual God that much. And then, and I haven't got here yet, but I'm working on it. Then you have to love God even more. There's levels to this. And I can't explain to you, and maybe a lot of people who are listening to this are already there. God bless. I'm not. I wasn't. I'm not. Still working on it. Okay, so maybe this is a me thing. Maybe I'm the only one. It's fair, fair dinkum. But I think a lot of people are in this boat where they say these things and they go about it and they say the prayers and they do the thing and they think that's loving God or fearing God. You're worried about God's judgment. But just as a father, it's not just His judgment you're worried about. It is judgment. But it's almost like you don't want to disappoint. And maybe you make that about your priest for your confessions. But these are all, you're still externalizing. You're still making it about you. There's the individualism about you. Love breaks the you. So it's there's levels to this. And maybe that, I don't know if that helps anyone, but you kind of have to just go along the path. And I don't have if people come and go, well, how do you do it? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how I did it. It just, you progress, and then one day it hits you and you go, I haven't really been loving God. I say I do. I operate as if I do, but it's not really here. And then when you do, all of a sudden there's that's what's missing. And I'm sure 2 years from now, I'll be like, there's this other thing that I was just totally taking for granted. Just assuming. I say the prayers, it must be happening. Like, no. There's other, it's the easy, hard stuff.
All right, I think I caught up on all the super chats here, folks. We were just getting started. I had to run downstairs. grab a little C4 energy. Let's get 300 milligrams of caffeine. Plus, if you guys know the C4's gonna get the tingle. I bought this one because it has American flag coloring, and I'm a patriot.
Patriot Gold.
Shout out to all patriots. Okay. Let's get over to this this video of this young lady. I played this on the Lab earlier this week, and I said that I would withhold comments because we were going to talk about it here on the show today. And actually, I want to say the title today: "If End of History, Why Bad Thing Happened." This is a phrase that came to mind as I was talking to Jason on the phone last week. We were discussing this, and it's a reference, obviously, to Francis Fukuyama and his the notion, this Fukuyama notion that we're at the end of history. Liberalism has conquered the world. We've had all the great big wars that we're ever going to have, and we're at the pinnacle of human achievement. No one has ever been as wise and enlightened and knowledgeable as we are. And yet bad things keep happening. Why is that? And this here is like the fundamental contradiction, or the fundamental disjunction that breaks the libs' brains. This is what has them just constantly in a tizzy, and they don't understand why. They don't get it. They don't understand that the bad things that are happening are proof that we aren't at the end of history. But this young lady here has some, we were talking about men and women, and she has some interesting commentary for the both young men and young women in the present age. So I'll start playing this, and Jason, just let me know if you want to say something. I'll pause it, and we.
Well, give me a countdown.
Oh, that's right. You can't hear it. I forgot about that. Yes. Okay. So.
I have it on my other screen, so I can play it.
Okay. Perfect.
Long way, just give me a countdown.
So we'll start it in 3, 2, 1, play.
I just want to put something into perspective really quick. That when men built the worlds, we needed the world to be built. The world was nothing before men built it. And the reason men even built the world was for a safe place for both women and children, right? It was for their families. It was for the greater good of the future. They were building toward the future.
Okay, pause. So this observation here is I think it's a little I gotta stick up for my ladies here. I think women play a very valuable role in the building of the future. In fact, the most valuable role. This is the role of the mother is the ultimate role in building the future. And every other societal role revolves around that one, supporting and sustaining that role. Now, the woman's responsible for the inside of the house. She creates the nest, she cares for it, and this applies both to the literal house, to the within the walls of the city, and metaphorically within society. The woman is responsible for the interior world, managing and making things cozy and putting her personal stamp on it, and then fashioning it and tweaking it and cultivating it. And that's where nurturing and cultivating, that's the feminine spirit. The masculine responsibility is to build and maintain the walls, and then to go out beyond the walls to gather resources and intel and knowledge and whatever else, bring it back so it can be integrated within the walls, and gradually keep expanding those walls and incorporating more and more. And so there's this tension, this interplay between the men and the women. Part of the Fukuyama narrative, if we're at the end of history, we have no need for men anymore. The men were the ones who built everything to get us to this point, but now everything's been built. We've got airplanes, we've got cars, we've got intercontinental ballistic missiles, for in case the end of history has more war than we expected. We've got the ICBMs. We've got globalized supply chains. Yeah, right. Yeah, we went to the moon. We're here at the end of history. Well, there's nothing to build anymore. What do we need men for? Might as well just descend into genderless goblin goo. So, it's no wonder you get this academic, like end of history. Oh, we're at the end of history. And Suddenly you find out, I don't know, 30 years later that all the young men are suffering from a meaning crisis. Well, maybe it's because you told them that there's nothing to do. They were born at the top of the mountain and, I don't know, nowhere to go from here except down. I guess I'll just start going down then.
Well, even worse, because in the liberal mind, then it's the end of history in terms of we've evolved. Human species evolved from a single-celled organism all the way up to create liberalism, to then bring the liberal frame to the whole wide world, and now the whole wide world is just going to have to get lifted up to a first world position. That was the roll up our sleeves, kids. That was the new global initiative after the fall of the Soviet Union. Was great. Now we just have to go to the developing world and make them developed, and then I don't know, space orgasms or something. I don't know, whatever the fuck we do. Goblin goo. We just evolve into the monad of the one big pool of goblin goo. There's the shapeshifters from Deep Space Nine. That's all I can think of, is people just becoming one big giant puddle. But that didn't work because we found out that that the developing world is the third world is a third world because they're full of third worlders.
Yeah.
Like that education and technology and all these other things. I'm not saying that they couldn't work. It's just that those people have to then assume the same frame. They have to actually have a deeper knowledge and understanding, and have to get into a civil frame. They have to abandon the primal frame. But that's all. But you can't do that if you're honoring their culture, because their culture is primal frame, right? Everything here. The only other culture that's actually succeeded in being able to do all this is East Asians. Sorry, not East Asians, like Asians, like Chinese, Japanese, Koreans, and then But the unfortunate part with them is that it's still such a disruption to them that their birth rates are cratering. There will no longer be any South Koreans soon, or Japanese people. Oops. Works so well that we're just going to eliminate all these people from the world eventually, and just be left with primal frame tribal people who are the only ones having babies. But then that won't be able to substantiate the liberal frame. This is like, people are pointing this out to in liberal debates. It's like, so you believe that feminism and all these other things are great? And I go, yes. Okay, so, but the people who are the biggest proponents of these ideas are not having children, so they're dying out. So that ideology that's only sustained by these people will also die out with them. Do you understand that? Like, well, and it's again 404, it's an error. What?
Yeah, it's
what
like with gay people too. Like, they're
Right.
born that way, so there's something that's essential about them that makes them gay. Something baked into their very essence. They're born that way. They don't procreate. So their line is going to end with them. So them practicing their practice, resulting, leaving aside disease and whatever else, but just the bare biological facts alone here, you're saying that they are like biologically cursed to have their line end. And what, like, are we just like, is society supposed to be a hospice facility for the gay lineage? We just need to pander and cater to all of them and make them happy because they're going to be dead soon?
Yeah, the end of humanity just means the end of history is just the end of humanity.
Yes. That's a bar right there. Okay.
Ready?
3,
2, 1.
1. Play.
Selfless act. It was a noble act for a man to build the world, to go to war, to protect his family, to protect his country, right? That was the man's aura. That was the man's job, to build the world. And back in the day, women actually respected the man for that. Women actually saw that the world needed to be built. But guess what? It's 2024. The world is built, and women don't see anything that needs to be built anymore. Women are not respecting men because they don't see that there needs to be something built.
Okay, pause.
Women need a...
Yeah.
So it's very interesting. We get this narrative. We're here at the end of history. There's nothing left to build. We've conquered the stars. We've circumnavigated the globe and mapped every last little corner of it, and nothing to do, boys. Sorry. Just go get a gender studies degree or something, or kill yourself. I don't know. And so then the men are no longer.
Have you tried being a woman for a little bit?
Yeah,
Just
right.
try.
Yeah.
Just try.
Explore some new frontiers here.
What's all this extra arm skin you got going on there? Just get a little bit of it. As soon as we invert it and we do a thing. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't do anything about the Adam's apple, but so now the men are no longer doing anything. The men aren't building anything. Because for an entire generation at least, we've been conditioned to believe there's nothing to build. So the women don't see the men building anything. The women don't see that there is anything to build. They don't see that there's anything being built. So the women are like, well, the building needs to happen. So what are we going to build? We're going to build HR departments. We're going to build the longhouse. The women begin trying to function as men. When men stop being men, women try to be men. And when women try to be men, they're really, really bad at it. And the more that women try to be men, the more men will try to be women.
Well, and also it's just like entering into these weird competitions and rivalries.
Mm-hmm.
But we see it in geopolitics. So what's very masculine is industry. It's been coded as masculine. It may not be good. Good, bad, whatever. Let's take these qualifiers out. It is. So industry is masculine by its nature. Factories are masculine by their nature. Okay. So we take one of the most biggest industrial hubs in all of history, which is modern day Germany. And you introduce that feminine spirit, so you begin to deindustrialize Germany. Now, there's a whole bunch of other reasons for it, but we're working on this. Just keep your eyes on this. So we're deindustrializing Germany at the same time we're playing catfights with Russia, who, by the way, is not playing in this frame. They played in the frame for a while. They went through their devouring.
I'm a white guy. I'm ready to kill.
Communism. They didn't like it very much. They abandoned that, and now they're into. They're trying. I think, and we'll see how it goes. But trying to unvert this frame and working within divine forms. You don't have to like the Russians. You don't like their politics. You don't have to like Putin. It's just what they're trying to do. Okay. So they're not playing this game, and they're industrializing. They're saying, let's go with the masculine spirit, right? Here's your problem. Germany just released a statement recently saying that they don't have enough defenses to defend all of Germany. If Russia attacked, they might have enough, maybe, to defend Berlin. That's it. Or Hamburg, or pick your city. So if Russia chooses to invade Germany, they could take Germany in a weekend. Oops. Because they have no industry. They can't produce armaments. They've been doing this all across Europe because Europe is in the deep throes of the devouring mother. Putin has just said this recently, especially about America, saying, hey, we recognize what you're going through because we've been through it. You got to stop. Really bad idea. Didn't work for us. Took us decades to get out of this mess. And that's where the West right now is, coming out of that spirit. So now you have this problem where the West is picking fights that they cannot win. We have the news out of Israel, doing this thing with Iran. In a weird way, it's like I think it's Israel's attempt to get to spark it off, and there's been predictions about this. Here's your bitter white pill: is that the rest of the world doesn't got nothing left. They gave it all to Ukraine. I don't know how this is going to shake out. Like by next week, maybe there is a war, announced. Iran is in a position that they can roll over Israel. They could put 1 million men on the field. You don't need to have high-tech weaponry to deal with that. Israel's got nothing. I haven't looked at the population disparity, but I guarantee you, it's not in Israel's favor.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, I guess I'll just say this. We can get back to the video. The United States came out, the administration released, so first of all, you got all these leaks coming from the U.S. side, from U.S. Officials and sources saying that it looked like that Israel was going to be launching an attack here very soon. And which preempted any possibility of surprise. But then, as soon as Israel launches the attack, you get a statement released from Marco Rubio personally saying, Israel did this unilaterally on their own. We wish them well, essentially. Which, I mean, I don't know, man. This is, I don't want to make any big, bold predictions because I genuinely, at this point, have no idea which direction things are going to go. But that, yes, Slutty Milk, no, we stand with Israel in it. That was a very neutral statement that was released from the Secretary of State. This wasn't just some unnamed official or just some official press release. This was something directly from the Secretary of State saying the United States had no role in this, and essentially we don't want to be involved. You guys sort your shit out.
Well, yeah, because I mean, what's going on in America right now? Like, they're kind of busy.
Yeah, right.
They kind of, you know, they got a color revolution going on in their country, well, or whatever you want to call it, right? Potential civil unrest brewing up across the United States in multiple cities. That's going to come to a fruition. I think, you know, it's going to really start bubbling up over this next weekend. And you know, the liberals in your country are not helping matters. They're like, oh, look, it's a fire. Great, gasoline. What's this? What? No, it's totally fine. Don't worry about it. It's going to be fine.
Did you see that a senator got arrested today?
No.
Yeah, Democratic senator tried to storm into a Kristi Noem hearing presser or something like that, and he got dropped on his face and handcuffed very roughly.
See, there, and they said like 2 years ago, and it's okay. Trump's first term. Let's not put it into Biden's term because then people can go, well, Biden. Okay, fine, you're fair, right? But during Trump's first term, that wouldn't have happened. Couldn't have happened. Not that Trump wouldn't want it to have happened. It would have been overturned and all that stuff because that spirit of the devouring mother was still very much in control. It was waning, but, you know, was there. New spirit, new times, person gets arrested. Where's the resistance? Yes, the screaming liberals are going to screaming liberal. The MSNBCs are going to MSNBC, granted. MSNBC, by the way, is dying. It's about to go bankrupt. Oops. It just lost like something like 4 or 5 point viewership in the last quarter, which doesn't sound much, but we're talking like millions of people then, right? Like, and they were the weaker channel anyways. So we're gonna in like the next 5-10 years, a lot of the old establishment enemy institutions aren't going to exist anymore. They march through the institutions to capture them, and in 5-10 years, most of those institutions will no longer exist.
Yes.
Oops. Good job, guys.
Yeah, and then what does the lay of the land look like? This is why I think the what we're talking about here, the ultimate upshot of it is you've got to be prepared to live in a completely different world in a very, very short period of time. There's going to be a point within the next, I don't know, couple of years probably, where you're going to look back and you're going to go, holy shit. How did we get here all of a sudden?
That Marinchuk guy was right on point. What is this guy?
Yeah. And then he can go buy the man some cigarettes.
Right, please. Send me some money. I'm almost out of tobacco.
Okay, let's keep this going here so we can get over to the N word. All right.
It's funny, you know, before we started this, I'm like, let's try to be out by midnight, you know, maybe 1 o'clock. We're gonna go over that time.
Oh yeah.
Easily. We'll try to contain it, but
yeah. All right. 3, 2, 1, play.
Oh shit.
Reason to respect a man.
Did you get it?
Yeah. I've
They
seen
can't
this, like,
just
5
respect
times.
men for doing selfless things. They can't just respect a man for being a man, for doing a job, for even though he's not building the world anymore because there's nothing to build. That's the reason why we selfishly don't understand. We don't understand how selfless men really are because of how selfish we are. Certain groups of people, every 20 years, there's a group of people that is discriminated. And right now, it's men. It's men's turn, right, to be discriminated against. This is a world problem. There's some countries that it's not much of a problem, but it's still there. The internet is everywhere, and it's affecting every single country. Just wanted to put that out there, that all women are narcissists, and the reason that we are bored is because and built everything. We have nothing else to look forward to. So might as well look forward to the belittling of a man, because we can't put him on a pedestal. We can never put a man on a pedestal. It would break our prides as women, how when a man built your pride. Seriously.
I mean, she's playing to an audience. Rachel Wilson does this better. But just to speak on it briefly, it's men abdicated their duties. Like a lot of boomer men turned on this because they were dangled this idea of free love, and you can Margaritaville, and you can go have your third and fourth marriage, and it's basically almost like living like royalty. That was what dangled for people, and people took the carrot. There's a lot of reports of now, white women defending illegal immigration because who's going to drive my Uber, right? And so you get that sense, like it's like these painfully middle class mid people who constantly complain about not having enough money, but they spend all their money to be treated like royalty, because that's the trade off, right? You get to be treated like kings and queens. You get your food delivered to you. You don't have to cook. You don't have to clean your house. You don't have to look after your kids. You don't even have to drive yourself. You just get driven around. And that's the idea of that being taken away from them, where they actually might have to, do some menial labor, like, make a meal. Oy,
Oy vey.
Right? Oy, get your hands dirty. Actually look at a recipe. What is this? I think the one thing I will say about women in general in the modern age, and women, I know women who are in our chat are different, so please, whatever. But quite often, and it's not our wives either. Okay,
Of course.
of course not. But women oftentimes think men are magical. It's magical Earth theory with a gender. Because, and not my wife who would say this, but it's just like, well, we need money, so make the money. And you're like, okay, but that takes time, right? Like, there's things involved that I have to do to do that. It's like, and then the next day it's like, where's the thing? Why isn't it fixed? I'm like, well, I'm in the process of it, right? Like, it's this thing my back's half broken. Well, yeah, just overcome that. And it's like, do you think this is magic? Do you think I'm magical? Like, I can just like fix the problem, and I'm just next day I'm like, we fixed that, honey. We fixed the entire economic system, and I turned around everything in 24 hours. Isn't that amazing? It's just magical thinking, because a woman has a good dad. The better her dad was, the more magical she thinks her husband has to be.
Mm-hmm.
Because they get trapped in this thing where, and I do it for my daughter, where my daughter breaks something and I fix it, and like, oh wow. And to a kid, you just performed. You're wow. You just created. There was a problem and you fixed the problem. My goodness. But in reality, there's all these other steps, and you have to. I think what happened with our kids, whether what happened with us or I guess our generations, is that we got divorced from the process. Gen X was still part of the process. I think by the millennials were distanced from the process. Parents just had money. They just made the money. The money just existed. So they don't understand the concept of money. Work just existed. These things just happened. And you went and you did the thing, and you went to college, and you got your degree, and then you got the job, and the promise was then prosperity. And so you did all those things, and then you're like, prosperity, and you're like, oh, the best I can give you is Netflix. Like, okay. It's Friday in the 4HL. You can really feel the pull of the weekend, can't you, kids? Oh, you have to go. Yeah, you can have prosperity. You can incrementally work your way up the ladder. If you work 80-hour weeks and a soul-sucking job, producing nothing that have any value. I mean, what do? I sit there and I data entry. Like, for what? What does that produce? Like, what does that do, really? Explain your job. Oh, well, I don't know. I gotta do the thing.
I move around widgets because I'm special.
Right. I increased the sales dividend by 2.3% last quarter. Like, okay. Show me that in the world. how does that reflect in your world? Well, GDP number went up. We're part of the GDP. I increased the GDP somehow. Really? Did you? Cool. Did you enjoy your Netflix show? What did you binge last weekend? This is what we have, and yeah, finally women are saying fix it. They just don't know what has to be fixed because all they're seeing is symptoms. And so it's a bit of corollary to Charles Badil, and I think he's 100% accurate that women are saying to men fix it, but it's like, well, fix what? Like, it's all broken. And it is broken by design. Like, this is actually, it's not even broken. This is actually what it's supposed to be.
It's deconstructed.
Right. You're supposed to own nothing and be happy. You're supposed to live in your pod. You're supposed to eat the bugs. You're supposed to. Like that, and you're supposed to enjoy it somehow because you're a cog. Aren't you a good little cog? Don't you want to be a good little cog? Enjoy being more cog benefits? Look at all these rights we give you. Benefits for being a good cog. Just don't never disagree. Don't be a squeaky cog. No. Can't have any of that.
I'll add this point as well that the phenomenon you're describing of women just kind of seeing men as magic, the men that women are just like, fix it. Just go fix that thing. Here's the problem. I need you to fix the problem. And then they're very good at someone, I can't remember who it was, said in the chat the other day about women in the check engine light. And I said, women are the check engine light. If you don't know what a shit test is, we've talked about it on the channel many times in the past. And just go look it up. Just go look up the definition. We won't get into it right now. We're going to talk about science man over here. But
my science ninja.
Go look up what a shit test is, and then realize that this is a feature, not a bug. Women are the check engine light for men. Women are the motivator to make men build things because men are very lazy and self-indulgent themselves. Men are happy to just fuck off and do nothing. But pussy is a hell of a drug, and men are motivated by it. So the women shit test men to get men to look at themselves in the mirror. The woman is the mirror for you. She's going to reflect back to you. If the woman is sounding off, if she's the ceiling bird chirping at you constantly, that is a sign that you're fucking up somewhere. You need to fix something. Her job is to just start flashing red lights and chimping when things aren't right. To get your attention, hello, things aren't right. Your responsibility is to go fix this. So that women being like, think men are basically magic is just like, you go and do stuff and money shows up or just go fix the problem and just expecting that you're going to go fix it. That's because your job as a man is to fix it. And if you don't know how to fix it, you figure it out. All right, we're going to do the N-word here.
Science ninjas.
I'll let you run the play pause on this one.
Okay.
I haven't watched it yet.
This is a video called Neil deGrasse Tyson's 20-minute takedown of Christianity. Ooh.
Oh, hold on real quick. I got a tip I got to read real quick from I know exactly who sent this. Fuck you mama pilled instead of Fukuyama. Fuck you mama pilled. $5 says integrate diverse aspects from outside the society we built. Okay, liberal. All Father be praised. We shall purge these Ostfolk yet. I know exactly who sent that.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Our favorite schizo-Canadian. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you.
So yeah, it only takes 20 minutes to take down Christianity. I don't think we're going to play the whole thing. I think I was watching it last night in preparation. Probably about 10-15 minutes, I think, as we get the good beef of it. And then we can move over to Sargon's continued journey into Christendom, which I find, I fucking told you what's going to happen, but okay, fine. It's not about me. It's not about me.
Welcome aboard, based Englishman commentator.
So you're looking at two sides of these things now, right? The end of history, folks, which is perfectly embodied in my science ninja over here, Neil deGrasse Tyson. who can we just say this? Like his speaking style, his presentation style is so freaking gay. Like it should disqualify him.
Yeah.
I know he's a token. I know he's token for these people, but it's like, come on now. It's like if Bill Cosby wasn't funny. It's just like, what are we doing here?
We need to get a bug in Jim Bob's ear and get him to do his Neil deGrasse Tyson impression more often, because he used to do it all the time, and I haven't heard it in a long time.
We need a return. And of course, Sargon was baked in that school, like many of us, in full agreement, because we didn't know any. We'll give ourselves a little bit of an out, saying we didn't know no better. We didn't do nothing. Didn't know not to do nothing but a what? And he's on a trip, man. He's on a trip that many of us prodigal sons, because the prodigal son, remember, it's a process. The first process is leaving the father's house out of pride and vainglory, and out of, in some ways, resentment, to be brought low, and to realize that returning that at least in his father's house, he'll be treated with respect. And that's the process. Then you return, so you can repent and be redeemed. And when you return, you find out that you're forgiven. And it's all it took was to come back in humility. That's a kicker, isn't it? It kicks you right in the fucking crotch every single time. Every time I go to literature, I'm like, I could have just been doing this the whole time. God dang it. All right. So let's go with this. He's going to toss out a whole bunch of little silly terms. The whole purpose of this is to kind of get refresh people on the materialist worldview, and how we had an episode not too long ago about how all atheist arguments are Redditeer, and this, I think, perfectly encapsulates it. But here we go.
Would claim to be religious, and you define this in a way that's unambiguous. You don't say, well, do you go to church every Sunday?
Hang on a second. Let's start this from the restart.
In America, 90% of the nation would claim to be religious, and you define this in a way that's unambiguous. You don't say, well, do you go to church every Sunday? You don't ask that question. Plenty of people go to church who are not religious. They go to get a date, or so. They go for the cupcakes or something. They don't go to be spiritually enlightened. So you ask a different question. You say, is there a God that listens to your prayers? If you answer yes to that, you're religious by anybody's definition, because you're understanding.
Automatically, we have a problem, right? Because this is what these guys do. They create a straw man frame and go, well, that's what it is, right? You silly little person. If you believe that there's a God that you can talk to, you're religious. And I guess the Buddhists aren't religious. I guess there's a whole bunch of faiths who don't believe that, who aren't religious. I mean, Jews technically don't really believe that. You know, it gets a little murky, because Jews don't really technically pray like everybody else does. But already he's setting up your Moten Bailey.
I'm a white guy, and I'm ready to kill.
The guys in the chat are cracking me up. Wolf's Persona says that hair helmet is ridiculous, is hilarious. And Fenris Unbound says, "Space black man, what a treat." Jeff Accordion says, "I like that he matches his suit." $7.34 tip from Slosher. We're being invaded by Canadians tonight, guys. He says, I can't believe I thought Neil was smart about 10 years ago. He is the midwit white liberals' cool black scientism friend. Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah.
Well, it's the danger of the past age, where these guys get these degrees, and the degree equals smart. So Sam Harris, neuroscientist, right? Neuroscientist equals smart. And I think the redefinition of these categories have to be, no, it just means he's a neuroscientist. So maybe he's very smart within neuroscience, within the category of neuroscience. We don't know. He might be the dumbest neuroscientist in the category of neuroscientist.
I'm pretty sure he's never
the smartest.
I'm pretty sure he's never written like actually been what's the term? Like written a paper that's been cited anywhere else. Like he's
Well, none of these
he's-
guys have.
He's barely even qualify. I don't. He doesn't even qualify as a scientist. Even under like lib world's definition of a scientist, he doesn't qualify as one. He's an influencer with a degree.
I checked at the Wikipedia on Neil here. Same situation, right? He studied his undergrad. He got his master's from that in astrology, astrophysics. Sorry, and then, but he got noticed when he was 15 years old because he started doing lectures. Both his parents were intellectuals, educated people, and he started doing lectures on astrophysics at the age of 15. Got noticed by Carl Sagan. Got earmarked to go to these colleges. Got his master's in astrophysics, and then couldn't get any further with it because he by his own admission didn't spend enough time in the lab. So then he got like, so his professors were like, maybe it's time for a career change. This is in the Wikipedia article. Okay. So then he leaves for a bit and goes back on these speaking tours and lecturing, and then goes back, gets back into Columbia at some point, gets his master's in science philosophy, in sort of philosophy and majoring in astrophysics. Eventually gets a PhD. All this reeks of like token. Like they found this guy who can talk, and he's a presentable black man. They're like, well, we need to get you a PhD. Like his major study. Yeah, I mean, astrophysics is kind of bull crap. Anyways, he got his degree by going to the big giant observatory and seeing a thing and going, look, there's a new thing. Look at this new thing in the sky. And everyone was like, oh my god, he's a genius. He found that he looked through the thing and found a thing.
That nigger can see things.
My goodness. Why couldn't we see the thing in the thing? It was right there the whole time, and we just never saw the thing.
He may be kind of dumb and lazy, but he can see things.
Right. He sure can talk. He sure can talk good, can he? Right? He's so, and then they gave him a PhD for that. Like he saw the thing.
You know,
Okay.
someone like him, like his role is to make sure that people aren't interested in astrophysics. Right. Because what he talks about, what he's presenting, if you listen to any of his, you know, I mean, this is old news, I'm sure, to our audience, but we'll preach to the choir here. If you listen to him talk about any of this stuff, it has nothing to do with actual astrophysics. It's all like cartoonish talking points that would be in a children's book about astrophysics that's designed to just sort of entertain them. So, but the ultimate impact of that is that people get focused on the Neil deGrasse Tyson view of astrophysics, and they don't pay attention to actual astrophysics.
It's the same thing that Brett Weinstein does with biology and evolution, by the way. But it was the other fascinating thing. So he gets his PhD from Columbia or wherever it was, you know, and then he goes on to being the director of the planetarium, of this major planetarium in New York, right? And he does lecture tours, and he's the manager.
So he's like a movie theater manager,
right? And he start writing books and stuff like that, whatever, right? And he gets grants, and you know, again, token. So because George W. Bush likes him, because like token, like look at the black guy. Look, I can be standing right next to a black guy. I'm not freaking out. Look at this. Look at this black guy. No child left behind. So then. And all he does is get headlines. That's his job, is just to get headlines and like be science guy. He's Bill Nye science guy, but the black version, right? Inner city. He famously was the guy who made Pluto not a planet.
Mm-hmm.
And and then like real deal astrophysicists were like, "What are you doing?" Of course, it's a planet, right? And they've changed it back since then. But he got headlines, right? That's his job, is to present science and occasionally say something and everyone goes, oh, and you know, then he gets invited to more dinners. I don't know. People just throw money at this shit. So that's Neil's job. And we're going to see him just misframe everything because he's an idiot. He's not a smart man. This is why degree in astrophysics. He's got a PhD. Must be smart. No. He's crafty.
Nicholas Bauman says, look at my space African American.
Right.
Send him to explore the firmament.
Of a deity is that deity.
I'm I'm a
He
white
already has
guy.
a helmet,
I'm ready to
so
kill.
God bless
Oh,
him.
He is monitoring
here's the other
your
thing I was going to
daily
say.
affairs.
He's talking about this about religion, like, oh, well, if you go to church regularly or if you believe in a deity or whatever, you're religious. This is this midwit tier. Like any competent, coherent definition of religion is going to extend beyond those sorts of things. Religious belief is not restricted to Abrahamic religions. Religious belief is a function of being a human being. Every human being has religious beliefs, but they've done this word concept fallacy where it's like the only thing that is religious, what gets redefined here as religious, is anything associated with an Abrahamic religion. That's what makes you religious. If you have a belief or an inclination associated with that, which really, when you really get down to it, it's just Christianity. That's the only thing. They do the shell game here with religion, when religion is a good thing versus religion is a bad thing. You know, if it's a Muslim, then it's a very good thing. If it's a synagogue, then it's a very good thing. But those aren't religious. Those are something different. Those are like spiritually enlightened. But religion has been stripped down to this goofy parody of Christianity.
Yeah, and again, you'll see that they can't attack Christ. They, for some reason, all these guys. I noticed this when I was re-reviewing my atheist days, especially with all the new atheists. They would debate the structure of religion and priests and whatever. And certainly the Old Testament. Oh, bevy of things. I'm like, well, so you have a problem with Jews? What? No, Jews are great. I'm like, well, that's the Jewish part. Like, what? God told the Hebrews or the Jews to go do that thing. The Jews did that, not the Christians. Like, well, anyways, that's crayon. That's just stupid. But okay. To your point was something, I just lost it because crayon thing. Okay, we'll just play it. Okay. Yeah. We'll get back to it. They can't attack Christ. They can never attack Christ because they understand that Christ is unassailable. So they have to track everything else around him, and never deal with that thing, or find the one crazy Christian. He finds this later. He finds like the one crazy Christian. Go ha, and we're like, even Christians like, yeah, he's charismatic. Yeah, we know he's a dumb cousin, man. What do you want? What do you want us to do? Like, what? Everything's perfect now? Hey, why don't we talk about your buddy Lawrence Krauss for a second and his wife and what kind of weird Epstein Island shit they were up to? So if we're gonna throw stones there, Neil. Oh, hey Neil, how those what are those SA lawsuits? How those going, buddy? So we're all supposed to be perfect, right?
Affairs. So that's unambiguous. About this number's dropped in the last couple of years, but it's about 90%. Turns out if you go to college and get an advanced degree, a master's or a doctorate, where these are degrees where you actually question the state of existing knowledge. The undergraduate degree doesn't really do that. You're learning from textbooks that are written by somebody else.
Okay, folks, just I'm setting this up for you. He's about to verbally explain the meme. He's about to do the meme of the grug, the midwit, and the genius. He's about to verbally explain it. I'm just keep that in mind. You'll notice. You'll know it when he hits it.
Jeff Accordion says if his suit's tweed, someone got it for him. If it's cotton, he picked it himself. Banger! 10,000 Patriot points to Jeff Accordion for that one.
Your doctrines are already there. The higher degrees imply that you are questioning the very fabric of the knowledge you had previously learned. Among that community, it's 60%. It has dropped.
Why is it why is it just assumed that questioning it is better than not? It's kind of like there's a hierarchy here where when you're an undergraduate, you're just learning something, but when you're into the graduate degrees, now you're questioning things.
Because you're allowed to be skeptical about all things except for science. You can't only be skeptical about religion, never about the Big Bang. You can be skeptical about God's role or suffering in the world, but never about evolution. Never, these are acceptable skepticisms. These are not.
I just read Slosher's last tip. Another $7.34. He says, no, I can't tell you why the hallway chirps, but I can measure it. I can predict the next and following chirp. I have a very good understanding of it, and that's good enough for me. I'm not distracted by the philosophical side of why the hallway chirp.
It's always chirped. It came from the singular chirp.
I'm imagining him in a loincloth, like standing up on top of like Aztec, like an Aztec temple or something, describing the great, glorious hallway chirp.
We must sacrifice more to the chirp. More, bring us the virgins to the chirp. The chirp shall be sated. If not, the chirp will get angry.
But you could see how like this is the same. He's the same type of person. Like he's wearing a suit and he's got this nice technology around him or whatever. But this is the same type of mind that would be like, oh, we need to carve his heart out and feed it to the blood gods to make it rain or whatever. It's the same psychology of person. It just you just take it's like the psychological structure is the same. The content has just been substituted for modern stuff as opposed to pre-modern stuff.
Because it all boils down to function. If there has to be a functionality, all things must function because all things are particles that create more particles. It's the nothing from nothing there was everything kind of thing. Like, okay, why? Like, forget the how, right? Forget even the how part. Why? Well, because particles. Because that's what particles do. So particles just do particle things. Oh, okay. Well, shit. Since you put it that way, brain chemistry does brain chemistry. Why debate brain chemistry? How can we debate brain chemistry with more brain chemistry? No. Don't think about that. Don't think of the how or the whys, right? Like how? Why could you do this? No. It just does that. It's just doing that.
Well, that's interesting. Let's keep going. How about scientists? Of all stripes. So a biologist, chemist, let's include engineers as well. People who have formal scientific training, mathematicians as well. Okay, what happens next? Drops to 40%. Now, if you look at this number, it looks like, wow, so scientists, the public is 90%, scientists are 40%. No, the drop is not that significant because every scientist has an advanced degree. So in fact, the drop is not from 90 to 40, the drop is from 60 to 40. So becoming a scientist is not as big an effect.
No, but he can't even do stats right. Like the drop is still from 90 to 40. You're still See, this is why they're not smart. They're not smart. I know what he's trying to say, that, oh, well, look, the drop between 60 and 40 is more pronounced. No. The drop from 90 to 60 is a 30% drop. The 40 from 60 to 40 is just a 20% drop. So you're saying that it's 50% from the original number. Yeah. But it's only 20% from the secondary number. Like,
is he doing a per capita meme?
Yeah. What?
On whether you're religious as you might otherwise think. Most of the drop comes because you're educated beyond the level of
No,
college.
it doesn't.
So that's 40%. So now you go to elite scientists, members of the National Academy, highly accomplished subset among scientists, the number drops to 7%. There was a headline in Nature, the British journal Nature, which said after this study was released, 93% of elite scientists reject God. So that was supposed to be a shocking headline. And I look at that and I said, that's not even interesting. That was the trend line anyway.
You're not interesting.
What's more interesting, which was not the headline, is that 7% of elite scientists pray to a god. Isn't that a more interesting fact to you?
And there's the bell curve meme. 7% of the smartest people on earth, right? Most elite, most educated people still believe in God. Grug brain, 90% of them believe in God. It's just the midwits in the middle who have this big giant drop off. Oh, complicate things.
What you're telling me is that the elite of the elite believe
I'm a
in
white
God
guy, and I'm ready to kill.
Right.
by your own standards.
Right. The elite of the elite, the most smartest, educated people in the world who have every reason to not believe in God, right? Because of their group preference and all that stuff. They believe in God. The Grug brains believe in God. It's all those people in the middle, weirdly enough, which, I mean, Neil is the champion of.
Slosher says the black man's Sisyphean struggle with per capita. And IFL Science Man has tipped $5, says the eternal Negro cometh. We'll see how long we'll see how long this YouTube channel lasts.
I think he cometh too many times into women who did not want him to be cometh in them, who had regrets.
Isn't that kind of interesting? The most accomplished scientists in the world, in that community, 7% of them still pray to a personal God. I think that is deserving of more study than the 93% who don't.
I happen to
Study
agree.
Study it from the midwit position too. All the midwits are going to study the smart people because you figure you can figure that out. You midwit, you can't figure that out. You don't know where the chirp comes from, Neil.
What chirp?
What? Dangle some keys.
Because something's going on there. We don't know what.
No.
And
No, we know what. You know what's going on there? It means you're wrong, Neil. You're fucking wrong. Your whole lie is a fucking lie. Your whole life is a lie and a sham. You're just wrong. That's all. That's all it means. You're wrong. Look, I swallowed that bitter pill one time. It wasn't tasty, right? But it was a white pill to realize, like, oh shit, I'm wrong about everything. Fuck.
That's funny. There's like two different. I think there's broadly two different categories of like psychological infrastructure. There's the one that if they learn something that causes them to go, hold on a second, everything that I've known has been fake. There's like one group of people when that situation happens, they just completely spaz out and melt down. And then there's another category of people that I happen to hail from that lives for those moments. Mm-hmm. I want that moment where someone gives me some little piece of data or some narrative or some story or something that it's like walking into a brick wall. You're like, whoa, hold on a second. And you have that moment for, I don't know, a handful of seconds where your whole brain just rewires itself in real time and you see the world completely differently going forward. I live for those moments. I cannot get enough of those moments. But then there's some people that they do everything they possibly can to avoid those moments. And I don't understand that.
Well, and you think about it, he's got a financial obligation to not have that moment. Because, like, what is Neil going to do?
Yeah, right.
I mean, actually, he could become a reverend easy overnight, right? If, hey, man, if Nala Ray can start her own ministry...
If Neil deGrasse Tyson,
there's hope for Neil.
If Neil deGrasse Tyson started proclaiming the truth of the gospel, he could get on any stage in the country that he wanted to.
100%. He's already mastered the... He's got to change a little bit. Got to change the presentation. A little less Jewy. That's all I'm saying. A little. Just, it's like you're way too tuned up there, Neil. You got to bring it down a little bit. Yeah.
Have confronted people on this. I would say... to the most sort of vociferous in the atheist community, I would say you're beating the public over the head, telling them why are you doing that? And I'm thinking, before you beat the public, why don't you beat them over the head? Okay? No, I'm just saying, if you're going to rank, if you just, because you understand that first, because if you can't convert that 7%, you've got no hope in the general public.
Weird use of the word convert, isn't it?
Yeah.
Why do you care? Why would you need to convert people to atheism? If what you believe is true, then it doesn't matter if 7% of the most elite scientists in the world are religious and yet still producing great science, right? They're just an anomaly. Just, I don't know, weird brain chemistry.
The idea that you're going to have to convert those 7% sounds awful religious there, Neil.
right? Like,
Who's
why does it
the
matter?
religious one?
But see, it's bugging them. The midwit, it bugs them because they're looking at it going, wait a minute. Could we be wrong? We might be wrong. No, we can't be wrong. But
It's
those
the
guys
7% who are wrong.
Yeah, so we got to convert them. Find some way. Oh, maybe they're Nazis. If we can't convert them, we'll just look at them around here.
Imagine the idea that like it is a desirable outcome if 100% of elite scientists are a-religious by whatever standard you like. How does
Well,
viewpoint
here's the thing.
diversity until you confront the notion that maybe there might be elite scientists who are also religious believers.
Well, and I mean, there's two things here. It's probably higher than that number, not because of even if the study is 100% true. There's a lot of people who probably would never admit they're religious at that level of prestige, or that because the in-group pressure would be too high.
Yeah,
so that's
there's also the
7%
no
of
atheists
people.
and foxholes phenomenon.
Right, exactly. But let's just give them. We'll just give it to them, right? Like, yeah, they're all atheists, but there's probably a whole bunch of them who are secretly Christian and they just don't want to admit it, right? Or Jewish, or where the hell they are. So there's that. And then also it doesn't tell you what religion they are, by the way. So probably Christians. Because if they were anything else, or maybe not, I don't know. Let's see. The other interesting thing about it is category errors, right? Because to Neil and his worldview, we're all just clumps of cells that are evolving past this point anyways. Like, if the species survives, check back on us in a few thousand or million years, we won't be human anymore. We'll be something else. Like, no genetics, anything else, just left alone by the miracle of evolution. We'll just evolve into something that is not us. And maybe that new thing will be still considered human or a new name. Right? Cats, as we know them, are only cats because of the time we're seeing them. If there's a proto cat that wasn't a cat, and now they became a cat by some magical act of
kind of like how
non-cat
dinosaurs
to
became
cat.
chickens.
Right, exactly.
I'm a white guy.
At some
I'm ready
point
to
they were
kill.
dinosaur, chicken, and now we have chickens, and on a long enough time frame they become something else. So cool. So why are you freaking out, Neil? Like, not only will religion may or may not exist, but human beings won't exist on a long enough time frame. So what do you give a shit? And you study stars, right? You study the things that are billions and trillions and whatever years old. So what do you give a shit about? Oh, you care because if God real, that means something about your life, doesn't it, Neil? Means you might get judged. Oops.
$3 tip from Nail Deadass Tyson. Says 7% of all women find me unattractive. That is way more interesting and deserving of more study. If I can't bed them, what chance do I have with the other 93%?
That's all I'm saying. This is among the ranks of the scientifically educated. Now, philosophers basically invented atheism. And if you check the statistic for philosophers, it's below 1%. There are no the only religious philosophers there are, they're like theologian philosophers, all right? If you subtract the
Ninja said, what? There's no religious philosophers except those theologian ones. Oh, so that would be 100%, right? The theologian philosophers would be like probably, if not 100%, pretty close to it because, theology. So just exclude the number that would completely just deep six your little number here, Neil, in favor of who? Nietzsche? All the Nietzschean philosophers? Like, so there's Nietzsche. And that's about it. Hume, Christian. Descartes, Christian. Kierkegaard, Christian. Like, we can run down the list. Christian. Occasionally some Jews. So the atheist philosophers don't start showing up until the mid-19th century, and early life checks on all of them, my friends.
Mm-hmm. They're all a bunch of fucking degens.
Right.
Nicholas Bauman says the fact smart people believe in God is an existential threat to the midwit atheist.
Yeah, you could be wrong.
Theologic philosophers, this number is essentially 0. All right, so they're basically birthed atheism.
Wrong.
The philosophers. And
Also, they didn't birth atheism. Atheism has been around forever. What are you talking about? There's always been people who don't believe. Like, huh?
Slutty Milk just reminded me of exactly what I was trying to think of this thought. He says a small part of what brought me to the church was realizing how many of history's smartest men were Christian. You know, when I first started dabbling around orthodoxy, one thing that I learned very quickly was that I had this silly presupposition, never even questioned. It was just there that the fathers of the church were essentially like a bunch of like barefoot peasants out in the woods, like
Goat
writing
farmers,
just which I mean it's not like it would be a demerit against them if they were, and there's plenty of them who were, but one of the things I did learn is that many of the so-called church fathers were, at the time that they were alive, the smartest and most learned men in the world. They were the preeminent minds of their generation, and they're also saints in the Orthodox Church. There is a ancient tradition of extremely intelligent, academic, scientifically excellent, genius men who are Christian saints. But I grew up my entire life as a devout conservative Christian, and I had that perspective on the saints of the church. So imagine being Neil deSmishna Mushnesh, whatever his name is, and
Ninja Tyson.
Yeah, Ninja Turtle Tyson.
Well, here's the other thing too. Even if we can grant them it, okay? So all the people who invented religion are all goat farmers. Do you know how smart you have to be to outthink a goat? I'm serious. Goats are wily little creatures.
Oh, yeah.
As a goat father myself, I understand. Like, you actually have to. You think you're smart until you have to outthink a goat who wants to go do something, because that goat will go do that thing.
They are relentless assholes.
And it's not just wrestle them on the ground and teach them a lesson. No, the goats are like, oh, cool, yeah, okay, asshole. As soon as your back's turned, I'm going to go back and do that thing. Like, I climb mountains. I was designed to climb mountains. What are you going to do? Your fucking fence? Fuck you. I'm climbing that thing. So seriously, you got to think these things through. So even if we grant your frame and say they're just all goat herders, like those are smart people. Especially because they're doing it without technology.
Eric Winter says moderns are taught to think that the ancients were retarded because they didn't know some science trivia. In my opinion, that Christianity exists at all is proof of its truth. This is part of this like end of history idea that it's like some of these like deeply rooted presuppositions that I've had to start identifying and digging out and trying to extract from my mind. This belief that because we're here now, we are the pinnacle of humanity. Humanity has always eternally evolved upward and gotten better and smarter, and so anyone who came before us is necessarily dumb, and like he says, they didn't know some science trivia, so they were dumb. If you have that frame that we are the most enlightened, intelligent, educated, whatever people of all time, then of course you're gonna poo-poo tradition. Of course you're gonna think that the ancients were dumb and retarded. But as soon as you start confronting the notion that maybe ancients were actually smarter than us in many ways, they had access to forms of knowledge that we don't now. They had a closer experience with reality than we do. We've detached ourselves from reality. They were much closer to it, and there's much wisdom that has either been lost to the ages or it's been retained only in narrow traditions. As soon as you start thinking of the world in those terms, then suddenly this whole Fukuyama brain thing becomes just so obviously pathologically stupid.
Well, you think of it too, right? One of the most advanced powerful civilizations outside of modernity was the Roman civilization, right?
Mhm.
Everyone would agree Rome, 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 Rome. Well, the Romans literally cribbed off the Greeks and made no apologies about it. They weren't like, oh, well, secretly. No, they were like, no, yeah, the Greeks figured this out. We're going to literally just take the Greeks and redo it, in whole cloth, and pay homage to it. Like, yeah, came from the Greeks. I mean, we're not Greek. Fuck them. But like, we own their shit now. But like, you wouldn't have architecture without temples. Arches and shit. They wouldn't exist without temples. Now you might say, well, human beings would have figured it out anyways. Would they have? Really? Would they have? Why? Because there's tons of cultures that exist right now. If you just, hey, Neil, hey, why don't you spend some less time looking through telescopes and more time actually studying anthropology? Because there's tons and tons of cultures that exist right now who didn't come up with temples. They have religions, but they didn't create real temples, who never figured out architecture. They've been around for, what, millions and billions of years, made of stardust too, and they never figured out how to build a fucking arch. Okay?
That's
Why?
part of the utility,
Well,
I think, in the sacred geometry thing. Like one of the reasons I find it so interesting and why I think it's valuable for people to learn about is not because of mysticism, Kabbalah, yada yada yada, but because that it's like a foothold into this recognition that the ancients, that ancient people, even a few hundred years ago, few thousand going back, all this lineage of humanity has had profound wisdom and competence. The building that was done using these sacred geometric sites and the temples and cathedrals and everything that were built using these sacred geometric principles indicate a people who were deeply in tune with reality, who were incredibly advanced and educated, and were far from a bunch of rural goat herders or something like that. Leaving aside the fact that what you just said about goat herding, these were advanced people, advanced, competent, intelligent people who may have understood a little bit about the world. They weren't just a bunch of backwards hillbillies because they didn't like gay people or something.
Well, and also because the fall off for them was like utter and total death.
Mm-hmm.
So if you didn't get it, you had this really narrow path of any tradition that survived for a long time was a tradition that meant that not only was just because, they're racist, they hate people. It's like, no, they tried the other things too. And when they tried the other things, bad things happened. They're like, okay, well, that's bad because like we only have 10,000 people, right? We don't even have the ability to feed 10,000 people. So if we screw up, we're dead. We're gone from the annals of history. There's tons of those tribes that never made it. We don't talk about those people because they didn't make it, because they did the butt pleasure and found out, they all died from dysentery or whatever. The parasites killed them. Okay, well, don't do that, right? And occasionally we get revelation where literally God comes down and says, don't do the butt stuff. Why? Shut up. Just don't do it, idiot. Because I said so. Why? It's wrong. It's bad. Don't do it. Dirty. Okay. So this is the thing that anything that survived for a long time in tradition it was there because if you didn't do it that way, you died. And that was it. There was no coming back from it. I'm going to press play, Matt, but I'll let you control things for a second. I need to.
Before you do that, real quick,
old man bladder.
We got a comment here from Dr. Shaniqua Shibun in the chat. Says, my ancestors discovered the mud hut. They was kangs. I love the days when Dr. Shaniqua Shibun shows up. We're very blessed to have such a character in the chat. All right, go for it.
I'll press play and I'll be right back.
Okay.
There's this talk. Oops. There's this talk. I don't know here in Australia. What does the Bible in the public school class or not? No, is it by law or is it just by tradition? Is it by law? Okay, so in America there's this understanding that the state and the church are separate. And by and large that's been honored for by and large, for most of the history of the country, by and large. And what's interesting about America, a point that was a little bit alluded to earlier today, is that it was founded on the principle that the state has no religion. The state is indifferent to what religion you might have. So that means there's no authority over you that's going to tell you who and what to worship. And that's a state that we all take for granted, but so many places in the world that is not true. Well, there's a case in New Jersey where a middle school kid was lectured to by the history teacher in
I'm a
public
white guy,
school,
and I'm ready to kill.
And the history teacher said, if you don't accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, you are going to hell. There's a little Muslim girl there, said you are already damned to hell. First point. Second, that Noah had dinosaurs on his ark. Third point he made is that Big Bang and evolution are just theories and you can take them or leave them. So, I don't, like I said, I don't get into these. I just don't. We got people who do this. We've got the four horsemen. We got our boy here who's coming up after. We got people who fight this stuff. I'm not one of those, really. I'm doing this because, like, I know you're all, this is the bone I'm throwing you, but I don't do this. So, but then I thought about it and I said, you know, I have an op-ed, a letter to the editor on this that I can write. And I left out the part about Jesus. I left that out.
Why, Neil?
Because if that's how he feels, he wants you to be Christian, that's okay, fine. I left that out. I went to the rest of what he said. And this was my letter, as it appeared in the New York Times.
Ooh, well, New York Times.
Listen to this man, the voice of the unheard.
The unwashed, the threatened, the poor threatened scientists with their theories of evolution and Big Bang that's totally being threatened by all these knuckle-dragging Christians who got the real power. I mean, you know, some history teacher somewhere in bumfuck nowhere, who's obviously a pathetic excuse of a Protestant, gets all that shit wrong. Injects dinosaurs onto the ark. Like, what? No, what are you talking about? You know, tells some Muslim girl she's going to hell, which is maybe true, but like that's not nice. Don't do that. Poor little girl. She's just living her tradition. Like, yeah, you found the dumb shit Christian. Congratulations. Yay. Do we get to judge black people, Neil? By can we find some dumb shit black people and judge you by it now? Is that possible? Can we find any dumb shit scientists who are wrong about some things and judge all of science based on that? Can we? Is that allowed? Oh no. Oh, it's only for the Christians. Oh, okay, I get it. Christian teachers. Oh, he obviously is. He was actually in that other percentage, right? That 60-40 percentage. Oh, he was in the clingers on. He was the bad midwits who didn't accept the message, or maybe maybe he's part of that 7%. We don't know. Hang on, do that.
Got a $3 tip here
People cited violence.
from Nicholas Bauman. He says you need to watch Luke Smith's Against Science and for Pseudoscience YouTube video. I think it's called, I found it, it's Against Method and for Pseudoscience from 5 years ago. I pulled it up here. I'll watch it and I'll send it over to Jason. We'll give that a look-see and maybe be some future content for a future Network Armageddon Electric Boogaloo.
Violation of the First Amendment when a New Jersey, that's a separation of church and state, essentially. New Jersey school teacher asserted that evolution and the Big Bang are not scientific and that Noah's Ark carried dinosaurs. The case is not about the need to separate church and state. It's about the need to separate ignorant, scientifically illiterate people from the ranks of teachers. That's the problem. If he wants to believe Jesus is his savior, that's not synonymous with being scientifically illiterate, because 40% of American scientists pray to a personal God. What is identical with being scientifically literate is that if Noah was a human being, he did not have dinosaurs on his ark, because humans and dinosaurs did not coexist, all right? Every one of those scientists knows that, even the 40% who pray to God. So this is how I've sort of split the kingdom there. Then you get the billboard wars. Okay, this was fun. Big Bang Theory. You got to be kidding. God.
Hey Neil, how about you contend with the idea that yeah, you're right. Those religious people, your little 40%, 60%, yeah, they don't actually believe dinosaurs existed, Neil.
Yeah.
They're just going along with your bullshit because you're like, you're gonna just breed yourself out anyways. We're taking this over. We know how this ends. So, yeah. Do they have feathers now, Neil? Do they have feathers? Yeah. Well,
Pluto's not a planet, and dinosaurs had feathers.
right. Yeah. I mean, oh, and of course, Neil's come out now recently. Like this is, I don't know when this was made, but he's one of those guys who's like, hey, men and women can just interchangeable. If you're a man and you just put some makeup on, you're a woman that day, and it's fine. And you can switch back whenever you want. Yeah, no categories. Doesn't matter, right? So maybe they're dinosaurs, Neil, or maybe they were just like bones. Maybe they were always bones, Neil. Maybe they never existed. They were just bones because the atoms configured themselves into bones, and that's what you found. And you made up all this other stuff. You don't know. You don't know.
I just realized the title of this video is Neil deGrasse Tyson's 20-minute takedown of Christianity. I guess we're a little under halfway through. I have yet to see anything that even resembles a takedown of Christianity. What has he said? He said scientists are largely not Christians, and like what? I guess maybe he's really gonna spin this up in the second half of the video. That's when we're gonna get the real hard hitting stuff.
Well, education just makes you smart, right? The more education you have, the smarter you get. That's how that works. If you have a big giant degree, you must be the really smart people. It doesn't mean that you didn't have the money or the time or the whatever to spend, 10 years in school, or the rest of us have to go to work. No. It's just because it just means you're smarter. That's all. A lot of us are born into families with, or our dad is a professor, and you get to go on speaking tours at age of 15 and get noticed by Carl Sagan, and then basically given PhDs for finding something you're looking through a thing and finding a thing. That's just smarts there, Matt. I mean, come on, it's applied intelligence.
All right. So this goes on. This is what we put up with. All right. So then then there was like, let's come back. Praise Darwin, evolved beyond belief, freedom from religion founded. So the billboard wars are in progress here. There's some people who are like okay with God and okay with sort of how things evolve, so they ride the fence. So here's a bumper sticker, the Big Bang Theory.
Also, by the way, technically Darwin, technically Christian.
God spoke and bang, it happened, So they're excited about both God and the Big Bang. But then we had this idiot back in May, Judgment Day. Did this Judgment Day stuff reach below the equator? Jeez, okay. Yeah, it was. Now the good thing is unlike.
Hey Neil, here's a flashpoint for you to deal with. Every day, again, this person's silly person. He's a religious ninja. So I mean, we try, we do our best, right? But every day is Judgment Day. Oops. Every moment, every day, it's Judgment Day for you. Let that sink in.
Like other predictions, like Jesus will come one day, this had a date, okay? You could test it. This was like easy to test. You just sort of wait around for it, all right? So now it turns out that May 21st was only the day Jesus was supposed to show up. The actual end of the world is October 21st. So the end of the world is still to come this year. This is directly from the website. So I had to tweet. So this was May 21st. So on May 21st or May 20th, I tweeted this. If Jesus actually arrives May 21st, it'll be easy to convince skeptics. If he doesn't show up, do the faithful become atheists? That was my question.
You know, once there was a time in my life where I would have just gotten, I'm just dug in like a pit bull and listen, I'm going to debate you, sir. And now I kind of just want to push him into traffic.
My thing is let them talk. Keep letting them talk. Because atheism is done. It's cooked. Jim Bob said this. He's debated a bunch of people, you know, the prominent Orthodox debaters, you know, Jay Dyer and all the rest of it have debated these people. And you just really, the only reason to debate these people is to continually show the world that they have no arguments.
Mm-hmm.
There is no argument. There is no story. There's nothing positive. There's no counterbalance. It's just pure materialism that we know because we're bearing the consequences of these things, and now people are really waking up to like, hey, consequences, crap. What does this mean? Where did it come from? Oh, maybe because we abandoned the church and some of that, like, you know, the Soviets did, and then we're experiencing a decline like the Soviets did. Hey, maybe we shouldn't have done that. Even if you don't believe it's real, maybe having it around is a good idea because it's like you need it for a functioning society. You need it so people actually will pay you to look through telescopes, Neil. Because, you know, here's the thing. The way this is going, no one's going to pay you to look through telescopes because there won't be any telescopes, Neil. They won't know how to make them work. You think all those fine upstanding citizens just defending their cultural rights in LA the last little bit, do you think they know telescopes, Neil?
Well, when I turn on the switch, the light comes on.
Right. I'm sure you've hired Jose to go over there and clean it, but he doesn't know how it works. Now, I don't know how it works either. Granted. But there's someone who looks like me who does,
Yeah.
who designed and built the freaking thing. Just saying.
Now, in a Twitter stream, it's a live conversation with complete strangers. Everybody depositing their 140 characters worth of thought. So here this is. There was a huge reaction to that tweet. Now, you would expect
'Cause it's a
that
gay
most
tweet.
of my followers, or at least a big
Yeah, you're right, Neil. All us believers have to base our belief off of what some ninja down wherever in Arkansas is saying on his billboard. Oh well, the black man was wrong about the end of the world. I guess that's it, then, folks. Jesus, you know. And compare that with literally Jesus coming down from the heavens. This is what always annoyed me, even as an atheist. When I was fully cooked in this, the one thing that always bugged me, and maybe this is like a precursor, was that I realized that they were moving the goalposts always. Like, what would the evidence be? Because unless it's literally a physical manifestation of a heavenly body coming down to earth and showing itself to everyone at all times, you're saying it's not good enough. And I guarantee you, if that happened, there'd be a bunch of these people who go, it's a trick of the mind. It's mass delusion. That's all that's happening. Like, you know, because there have been there are literal miracles happening in the world. Like the icons that constantly sweat mirror.
Mm-hmm.
They don't contend with that. Oh, must be a trick. Okay, then tell me how the trick's done, bud. Figure it out. You're so smart. Look at it through a telescope. Tell me how it works. Oh, you can't? Here's the other thing. Let's go into the concept of what's the word I'm looking for? See, I'm aging out, folks. You're seeing a once great mind crumble in front of you. When you take a drug and if it gives you
Side
sugar water and
effects. Placebo.
Placebo. Even if religion or spirituality, if you want to bring it down to this level, is a placebo effect that benefits people, then that would be good, right? Like, by your own little definitional, I'm sure he's a secular humanist, by your own secular humanist stance, if it makes people feel good, then it's good. That's it. Oh, but the gays. So don't let them have policy. Sure, whatever. But you're trying to convert people away from it. Why? Why would you want to take away something that makes them feel good, Neil? Like, what benefit is that? Oh, it makes you feel good. So it makes you feel good to make people feel bad, or remove that thing and go, well, just feel good without it. Well, what if I can't? What if we need that thing to feel good? What then? 90% of people obviously need that thing. Any thoughts before I play?
Nope.
Fraction of them would be sort of atheistic. So you'd expect people to say, this guy's an idiot. Why are we even spending any time on them? Well, one such person did make such a reply, but not in the way you might think. No, anyone who's read the Bible know this camping asshole was full of shit from the start.
I gotta admit, I want to make fun of him for going up on a stage and making a PowerPoint presentation of a Twitter conversation that he had with some guy who's mad at him for tweeting a gay thing. But I just do the digital version of this, so I guess I can't throw any stones on this one. I may not do a PowerPoint presentation, but I do a daily show where I find people saying gay shit on Twitter and then talk about them. So
Fine, yeah, but here's the thing, right? Like, you don't have a PhD, Matt.
oh, true.
This is like we are the chuds. Yeah, of course, I do the same thing, right? Where it's like, but this is at our level. This is what we're supposed to be doing. We're just one of those like 90% chud people. You know, we're on the other end of the spectrum, right? Like, so this should be interesting to us. For Neil should be above all these things. Like, even he's even trying to, his preamble to writing this letter was like almost forced into it. Like, I don't get involved in these things. I don't get involved in these conversations normally, but I had to, because he was a history teacher, and that's religion in schools. That's the one thing we cannot abide by. No. And he attacked the idea of evolution. Well, it's like, are you an evolutionary biologist there, Neil? No, but science.
Okay. So what do you do with that? So this is somebody complaining about the prediction of Jesus coming because he says he doesn't know jack about the Bible, but
Puddin' pop, puddin' pop, complaining about the thing and the boy. And I said to my wife, Camille, what are they explaining about? Getting all up. But the man said that the end of the world going to come on the day, and it didn't come on that day. No. Lord. My Bill Cosby gets into Uncle Remus real easy.
One of my favorite things about this show right here is that you can't hear any time that I do the soundboard.
Right.
Soundboard's just sounding off and you can't hear it. Dinner!
this guy does. And went on, there are other places where people quoted that one can't know when Jesus comes. So the fact that this guy's saying he knows means he doesn't read the Bible. So this is what's out there. People who are ready to vociferously argue about who knows.
Here's the thing, Neil. Jesus doesn't even know when he's going to come. Only the Father knows that one. Oops. So, like, one day Jesus is up there on the right hand side, and he sees Elijah down on earth. He's like, "Oh, I guess now we go. Okay. Well, shoot, let me get my good robes out."
The Bible the least. September 11th.
Because guarantee you, these guys think that Jesus is going to come down, long-haired, robes, the sandals, the whole thing. He might. Like, that might be the literal manifestation. I don't know. We don't know. But, you know.
2001, we just had our 10th anniversary of that. I happen to live 3.5 blocks from what became known as Ground Zero. This image was taken outside my dining room window. The North Tower is on fire. These are 110-story buildings, the World Trade Center towers.
Hold on, wait.
This image is the instant.
How do we get talking about 9/11 all of a sudden? What does this have to do?
If God real, why bad things happen?
Ah.
If God real, why bad things happen? Remember, it's all one Abrahamic faith, right? That's all he cares about. Not the Buddhists, not the Hindus, not the Sufis, no. They're just like all like, I'm sure he just categorized them as like enlightened mud people. Like, don't talk about them because he doesn't know shit about that. So that doesn't matter. But Abrahamic, oh well, look,
Bad thing happened.
religious extremists did this, right? Islam informed this. It's like, did it really? Was it maybe geopolitics? Do you think they were motivated by something more than Allah? On this one there, Neil. But I mean, sure, and of course lumping, not the Jews, of course. They're the special. The Jews would never do this.
This is a good point here from Nicholas Bauman. He says the only reason atheism was able to get a foot off the ground was because so many Protestant Christians are so atomized and inconsistent and cartoonish. It was something I thought about a little bit ago here, where anytime you hear any of these oatmeal brains talk about Christianity, you can tell that what they're reacting to is, in fairness to them, a pretty lampooned, cartoonish presentation of Christianity, which I too think that if that is what Christianity was, then I would probably view it the way that Mr. Space African American here does.
The South Tower was hit. It was hit from the left. You could not see the entry point because we're blocked by this other black building. It's a hotel, a 50-story hotel, which is just kind of in the foreground. You see part of the South Tower punching out. This is before the jet fuel had ignited.
Did you see it all from a telescope, Neil? Were you watching it from a telescope? Was that how it was going? Like, is that how you got your PhD? Just describe the phenomenon in excruciating fucking detail?
And when you ignite jet fuel, you set a deflagration wave, not a bomb wave. It's a different kind of wave. It's not accompanied by a shock.
This one knows big words.
Yeah, and jet fuel just makes big boom and makes a building fall down, just predictably like a controlled demolition. That's weird.
Did you see the pictures of this plane that crashed in India? It crashed into these buildings, and it's like the plane is just sitting there, like, kind of on top of the buildings, which strangely have not collapsed.
Weird. Secondary explosions happening in the body of the building. In Building 7. That's what? Didn't happen in a telescope. Didn't happen.
This is a split second after that. The fuel has ignited, creating more pressure, and within a split second of that, the entire South Tower was engulfed. And this is fragments of plane and bodies and office coming out the other side. Now, why am I dragging you through this?
Yes, why?
Okay, 62 minutes later, both buildings had collapsed.
Jesus Christ. Get to the point!
And there was blue sky where there was once these buildings. This is directly outside of my apartment building.
It's because his whole job is to story hour. Science is just story hour.
Uh-huh.
Hey, let me tell you this story in really long terms and kind of lull you into. He's so detailed. He must know what he's talking about. It's how, they have feathers now. Dinosaurs. Not only that, we found these bones in the ground. We can construct the entire skeleton, and not only that, tell you what their dietary program is going to be, how they lived, their mating patterns, just from some bones. We're that smart, just that smart. Look at this imprint of a fossil. Of this thing that we say looks like a thing, and we know everything about that thing because lizards exist and birds exist. So therefore, dinosaurs must be like these things. Because bones, imprints of bones, fragments of bones, story hour.
Somebody
just one
said
big
earlier,
fucking story.
Somebody said earlier that Neil deGrasse Tyson is so millennial coded, and it's like that was the as he was coming into his own, like he's doing science man talk for what was then a young generation of millennials. And so it's kind of like they needed to create this science story that would work well for cartoons and NPR and PBS and stuff. So we're going to take science stories and we're going to make them make sense to these kids. But then the story just, as the kids get older and older, the story just stays the same. It's still this like silly little cartoon story that now has become baseline science. We've gone from PBS to the actual halls of the academy that see the world the same way, because the kids grew up on Neil deGrasse Tyson bullshit and never actually grew out of it, because their entire lives Neil deGrasse Tyson has been up on stages spewing his bullshit.
Well, this is why they react so strongly to flat Earth. I'm not defending flat Earth, but flat Earth is a direct shot across the bow to these people, because what it does is questions this, and we've done this on the show before, but makes you question your sense data. So if everything's sense data, which is a primary form of science, well, your sense data doesn't confirm globe Earth. It confirms flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So if to just use your model, flat Earth is reasonable and rational for people to believe it. Now we have the photographs and all that. I'm not going to get into that shit, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, everything you live in a flat Earth, on a flat Earth. Now, conceptually, you have to conceive of the globe. That doesn't mean it's not real. It just means that it's story hour shit, right? It's a mental category which requires, by the way, metaphysics. You need metaphysics in order to conceive the world as a globe while you're living on a flat plane. Fucking oops. Self-own of all self-owns. Do not look at it. Nope. Do not look at it. Do not consider. Here's the other little mind fuck, by the way, Neil. Hey, you have dreams, right? We all have dreams occasionally. Dreams come in. We don't know where those come, just brain chemistry things or misfires, whatever. Fine. That means your mind, when you're in the dream, you believe the dream is real on some level, right? You're living in the dream. So you can't confirm anything in your waking reality as real based on materialism. Fucking oops. You need tradition, and even history relies on a mental category, because you can't confirm any of that is true either. Genghis Khan could be a story. We don't know. We just assume it's true because it's in the book, and you know there's statues and shit. Oops. The reason why we can believe these things are true is because we have mental traditions. We have faith in these traditions being more or less accurate. And of course, now as we're finding out, the other big thing now is you can't look at the post-Nuremberg order. Do not examine World War II too closely. Don't do math. Suspend all disbelief, or you are a bad, evil person.
How dare you count the smokestacks?
What? What do you mean they were invented? They were constructed by the Soviets after? No, don't look at the. Not allowed.
Wooden doors.
Yeah. A crematorium. Don't ask questions.
I remember hearing the stories when I was a kid of like you could see the claw marks in the concrete from their fingers where they were scratching at it.
Mm.
Oh, and I remember being a kid and being like, is it really possible for human fingers to like scratch concrete?
Dinosaurs have feathers now.
Chickens are dinosaurs.
Chickens are dinosaurs. Do not question anything. The nice black man is talking. Now completely ignore all signs of reality and just go along with the story, you dumb kids. Yeah, you're right, Neil. We should look at that 7%. Why isn't it 70? Why isn't it 70% of people who are really smart and educated going, this is bullshit, right? We're getting paid, so we'll go along with it, but this is bullshit, right?
And the emergency vehicles had come. This is the pulverized World Trade Center dust.
We'll get through story hour a little bit, and we'll get, because I want to end on the Arabic numerals, and then we can switch over to Sargon, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
That had settled several inches of it. I say this because shortly after this gentleman got up. President of the United States, George W. Bush. This is actually my photo.
Oh, no.
I was in that room at that time when he spoke. See the medals there on the table? I was on a...
He's a very nice man. He was, George always said very nice things about Neil. As I said, bring the black man over. Look, we're all friendly and stuff. Look at that.
Committee to tell him who to give those medals to, the Presidential Medal of Science. And so he actually gave them to everyone we told him to give them to, except he didn't read their citations. He's smart enough to know not to pronounce any of the science words that were in the citation. So he put the medal around the neck.
Get it? Because he dumb.
Shortly after September 11th, he gets up. I don't remember where he gave the speech. And he says, in an attempt to distinguish we from they, he says, our God is the God who named the stars. This is before I was on his Rolodex. I could have saved him from himself, okay? It's a loose quote from Genesis that says God named all the stars in the sky, okay?
Just loose quote.
Yeah, that's where people got that notion. Was because there was a verse written in that book. That's the only reason. It's the only reason them dumb Christians, them just be reading books and shit.
Well, dumb Jews too, by the way.
They're right.
It always gets ignored. It's only the Christians believe in the Old Testament. It's like that's but the Jews still believe. There's stories like, what are you going to do? Attack Moses now? Moses is a big deal with it. I've been to Passovers. Like, they take that shit seriously.
First of all, it's the same God, so he's got that wrong. But Allah,
Here we go.
God of Islam and God of the Jewish God, it's the same God. They call them different names, but it's the same book delivering you the same God. Apart from him getting...
Okay, keep this in mind. Remember, all atheism is Redditier.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and also why the art of liberalism is stacking mental contradictions and keeping that sway going. That's why they're all so anxious and turn out to be degenerates. So they're trying to fill that like anxious hole. Like, oh, I'm just talking bullshit. I'm talking out my ass. Because the very next thing he's about to say, right, undercuts this position. So it's all one God. We all believe in the same God, right? Muslims, Jews, and Christians. All one God, Abraham, da-da-da-da-da, right? All one God. Keep that in mind. For the next thing the next thing is coming out of this ninja's mouth.
Apart from him getting that wrong, he says, our God is the God who named the stars. What he just didn't know,
No.
2/3 of all stars in the night sky have Arabic names.
Oh, fuck off.
2/3 of all stars that have names these are all the Arabic star names. All of these. I don't think this is the point he wanted to make. I just think he figured that out. Like I said, it was before I was on his Rolodex.
Even the crowd, the tepid response from the crowd, these are Australians too, so like functionally retarded. Even they're like kind of lost and they're like, this ninja talking? No, he didn't just say that. He didn't just say, wait. It gets better.
And so you say, well, how does this happen? How do you get a culture where stars in the night sky are named by them? What was going on? How did that happen? And you have to go back 1,000 years, and you get to Islam in what's the golden period of Islam. In that period, algebra was invented. Algorithm is an Arabic word. All these words that begin with AL, 10 to 1, it's an Arabic word. Our numerals are Arabic numerals. Did you pause and reflect on why we call them Arabic numerals?
Did you pause and reflect? Pop, diddle, my wife Camille. Hey Neil, we all know I don't have the purple one. I got to get the purple crayon. We all know the purple ones are your favorite. We all know why. I'm not going to say it. That.
Slutty milk. If God, why other language?
If God, why numbers? Did you know that the Muslims invented numbers? There was no numbers before the Muslims. They invented numbers. Oh, you know the Roman numericals? No, they don't count. No. Oh, Greek No, they don't count. Oh, Jewish numerology didn't. No, that didn't count either. No, it was the Arabics. Okay. So again, now we're back in his frame. Let's go in his frame for a second, folks. Okay, Neil.
No one could count before Islam.
No one.
I feel like
Okay, Neil.
I feel like it's criminal to allow these people to talk in public. They don't realize what they're doing to themselves by permitting themselves to be vessels of such sheer retardation. They're corrupting their own souls, and we as a society should not allow them to speak in public.
Nope.
At the very least, so I don't have to get this secondhand cringe from it. It's so bad.
Think
The
of the
dude needs to be
content.
waterboarded for his own sake.
Let's go to his frame though for a second, okay? Because the thing he just said, literally, like 3 minutes before this, was that it's all one God. The Christian God didn't name the stars. Well, he did. I mean, technically, but it's all one God. So the Christian God, the Jewish God, and the Muslim God, all one God. So one doesn't invalidate what George W. Bush said, but also if it's one God and that God's informing the Muslims to invent, by the way, not discover, they invented it.
Right.
How do you invent numbers? I don't know. You would actually be a discovery in his framework, but okay, fine. So that same God also gave us numbers. Thanks, God. Appreciate it.
I don't even understand. Like, he's like, oh, 2/3 of the stars or whatever have Arabic names. So you're saying that Arabic people existed and they looked up at the stars and they said, call that one or whatever. And then people now just call that star because of Arabs.
Yeah, well, Greeks never named stuff. Romans never named stuff. No one never really names. I mean, they only named 1/3 of them. Because, I mean, also the Muslims figured out, like, telescopes before people. So they saw more of them, or they named more of them. But, okay, Neil, what would disprove it? What would prove that the Christian God didn't name the stars beforehand?
Right.
Would they be named in English? Because all the Christians you know are English, Neil? You fuck. Well, obviously the stars aren't in English, so see, figure that out, Christians. What are you talking about?
Was the idea that like the name of the star is some sort of key component of the essence of the star, that the star like evolved and its name was just beamed down to us, and it was the Arabs that it was beamed to or something?
Or you needed Islam for the Arabs to name the stars? Because Islam created the Arabic language? What the fuck are you talking about?
And like, okay, Neil, that star Ahbab that up there that you're pointing to, well, now it's named Bob. I just renamed it. It's named Bob.
Because I'm a Christian.
Therefore God.
Disprove it, Neil.
Got a member chat from Blue Skittle over on YouTube. He's been a member for 8 months. He says Jordan Maxwell level. Indeed, I think Jordan Maxwell makes more. I have more respect for Jordan Maxwell's intellect than I do for this walking pile of cotton. And reminder, Blue Skittle, do go over to Kick and subscribe over there. Cancel your membership on YouTube and subscribe on Kick so I can get the. So you're not paying 30% of it to Google.
I'm on Kick too, so everyone on Kick can always go over to Mirror and Chuck now on Kick and give me a subscription.
Yes.
Or just sign up or whatever. Like, press something, make my number go up.
Push the button.
GDP go up, which is good, you know. And of course, I've been checking, guys. No pressure. I don't want to keep grifting. Send Matt money. It's Matt's channel, so send Matt money. But if anyone can send me some money as well, so I can go buy some tobacco later, that'd be appreciated.
PayPal link should be in the description. We've got 83 watching on YouTube right now and only 31 on Kick. Please, people, do migrate over to Kick. The longer, I'll tell you this, the longer it takes people to migrate over to Kick, the more likely it is that I just stop using YouTube suddenly, completely. I will I will.
There's a threat.
I will negotiate with you for a brief period of time, but Kick is going to be the future. So get used to it sooner rather than later. All right, go ahead and get started with this. I've got to go. Got to go do the old man thing again.
Atheist movement.
They didn't kill belief in Christianity. They buried.
So I'll set this up. So I mean, of course, I made this prediction to 2023 about the neo-trads, saying that very shortly you're going to start seeing people. I use the extreme, right? Blue-haired, non-gendered, yada yada people will suddenly flip a switch and become, traditionalists in the form of like Peterson or something like that, making apple pies and wearing nice frocks and so on. And of course, we've seen this happening now in the OnlyFans ladies, and Nyla Ray being one of the best examples of this. Like, there you go, it just starts happening, right? But the other part of this prediction that isn't as salacious is that you're going to start seeing a lot of people who are not as extreme also start getting pulled back into religion, into tradition, because they're smart enough to realize that something's missing, as we kind of detailed with Ninja deGrasse Tyson, that you can't live in these consequences for long enough without starting to do some pretty rudimentary math. Like, well, we don't have this. We don't. What do we give up? What have we abandoned? And it seems like we have no morals, no ways, no breaks anymore, no ability to maintain social cohesion or tradition, or maintain our borders or national identities. Well, maybe that's because we got rid of religion. That backbone of who we are as a people, and that informs both our spiritual life, but also our traditional life, and that you need to have those things intact, or else things start falling apart. So, Carl Benjamin, of course, is a very similar situation as myself. Raised in atheism, walked away from it. Had maybe a bit of a religious background. Becomes an atheist. He's cooked in the atheist school. Has made a career, at least in part, about talking about these things, being very, very salient. We've just seen a whole bunch of interviews over the last few months of him saying, yes, I recognize that Christianity has a vital role played in society, but I can't be Christian. Like, I can't go there. And now, flash forward a few weeks, really, in internet time, and he's already talking about going from an atheist to agnostic. And that's like the countdown's on. All you need, my friend, is that one little push. One little push, which will humble you and bring you back to church fully. Now, I don't know how that's going to work for him. It may not be as dramatic as other people, but it's working on him, right? He's starting to go to church now every Sunday with his wife, his kids, because his wife wants it. And so he's like, oh, okay, I'll go. Right. The standard man thing. Yeah. It's like, when someone brings home a puppy, you're like, we don't want puppies. Okay. Oh, fine. I'll look after the puppy. And then, flash forward a week or two, and the dad's like more into the puppy than the kids are. Right. I think that's what's happening to poor old Carl, where he's starting to understand that, hey, the only thing that's keeping you from this is realization that you're wrong. And you don't have to be wrong. You can get right anytime you want. Let us play. You ready?
Yep.
The civilization had long become secular since the boomers, really. So the atheist movement had been infected with woke postmodern identity politics. And so I was something of a heretic to the atheist movement. And even now, though, I look back and I think, God, their arguments were terrible.
The story was there is no story. People couldn't live with that. So yeah.
It's not about rational argumentation.
You're more likely to be persuaded by Tolkien than William Lane Craig.
I don't want to be cliche about this, but I really liked C.S. Lewis, actually.
Brilliance of Lewis was he actually integrated those things.
Nunneries are invented for a reason.
Yes.
I mean, God bless her. It was this
I'm sure
or
she's very
date.
kind.
It was this or date Sam Bankman-Fried. So
yeah, that's exactly what I thought of too. She got the better role.
Wow.
Goodness sakes. Aspiring midwit over on Kick has just gifted 10 subs.
There you
on
go.
Kick. And let's see who got the subs. We got Zoomer Dylan, Wyatt's Torch, Slutty Milk, eWizard42, Ryan Isaac, Tom Rickson, Tomb of Arminius, Stubshaft, Cut to Destro, and Mr. Sue.
Now,
Welcome to all of you.
See if those actually count towards your goal. I don't know if they do.
They don't.
They don't, eh?
They count toward revenue. That is money in the pocket. So I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And I'll have to start doing some subscribers only stuff over on Kick. That will come, but we got a few more. The notifications are going to pop up, but I think you can probably play it anyways.
Things together.
I'm not adverse to the idea of a religious awakening. I view myself as living in a paradigm where I've had something taken away from me. And I've got to the point where now my wife is like, right, so we're going to take the kids to church. And I'm like, I'm going to have to. And so basically...
Don't be a boomer.
Redeem the boomers.
Hello, welcome back. I'm Justin Briley, bringing you some brief, mini, but fun conversations from the ARC conference here in London. Joined this time by both Bethel McGrew, but also Carl Benjamin, aka, what is it, Sargon of Akkad?
Of course, your last name's McGrew. Hey, Magoo.
Rob P in here asked if he said is Carl a friend or a fed? Sorry, I missed the chat rolled away here. Is Carl friend or fed? I'm leaning friend, but not 100% sure. What I mean is finger in the winds of change.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how he turns out.
That'd be an interesting episode.
Yeah, I would still argue Fed right now, not because he's working for them, but because he's still in. Carl's still in the whole we can vote ourselves out of this thing. I think he's rapidly. He's speed running it pretty fast now. So because he was never really part of the DR, he was his own kind of other thing, and he's speed running the DR path real fast. Maybe because he's talking to AA and a whole bunch of other people, but I think he's starting to realize, like, yeah, the situation in Britain is not fixable by normal means. Let's put it that way. Like, there's got to be something else. Even if you could vote someone great in, there's still systemic problems with the British culture right now that have to be addressed, that you're not going to get through normative politics. So
it's going to have to be the revival of English culture. Shout out to Ian Burlingame.
Of Akkad.
That's correct.
How long have you been doing that channel?
About 11 years now, something like that.
And for those who are a bit bemused and haven't heard of it, who is Sargon of Akkad?
So I'm quite old, and in the early days of the internet, it was a wild west. It was scary, and it was generally understood that you didn't use your real name for anything, and so you would choose a pseudonym. And I happen to be a history fan. I happen to enjoy historical figures and stories, and so I just used Sargon of Akkad as my sort of screen name because everyone had their own, and you end up taking it from platform to platform just so you don't have to remember a different login and a different password. And so when I signed up to YouTube, it was just no different. I just was like, oh, girls, didn't think anything of it. I never thought I was ever going to produce a YouTube video. Then something like 3 years later, I was just a bit frustrated about things. So I recorded a very, very low quality video, put it up online, and I started getting views. And then suddenly I've got 500,000 subscribers, and then suddenly I've got 900,000 subscribers, and suddenly I'm in the news, and suddenly I'm like, why didn't I just use my real name? Because the thing is, the political space wasn't really there on YouTube when I started.
It was a fast-moving, evolving thing, and you caught the wind of, this developing moment.
By complete accident.
Yeah, to my mind as well, in those early years of YouTube, it was actually quite a kind of atheisty dominated space. That was where a lot of the new atheists discovered each other and started hosting these quite skeptical channels. Was that kind of the vibe at the time of your channel?
It wasn't the vibe of my channel. I just presupposed all of those things, really. Right. I was a fan of Christopher Hitchens and Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris and things like that. And I had never... I didn't come from a religious background in any way.
You weren't kicking against anything in that?
No. So while I agreed with all of the sort of materialistic atheist arguments that I'm making, I was just a product of late modernity. And so everyone has those sort of presuppositions.
yeah, Sargon's big thing for a long time was being the most classic liberal of all classic liberals. He defended classic liberalism even before the term was really in the zeitgeist. As you know, then other guys, other conservatives, kind of picked it up. But he was sort of just that squishy British conservative thing for a very long time. And you could still say, still is today. Like I try watching Lotus Eaters, but I'm like, guys, like you got to get some new ideas here. Come on. It's just regurgitated Sky News.
Positions baked into
Oops.
presuppositions baked into them, and they realize that I'm not.
You ended up kind of becoming, though, somewhat part of that milieu. And I remember there was some kind of an episode, and I wrote a book called The Surprising Rebirth of Belief in God, where I sort of the first chapter traces the rise and fall, arguably, of New Atheism. And the way in which that movement, after a sort of honeymoon period when everyone said, yes, God doesn't exist and religion's bad for you, they then started to disagree over all kinds of social issues. And I remember one particular moment that I heard about and watched when you had a big kind of fallout with another atheist at the, what was it, the Mythicist Convention or something?
Yeah, the Mythicist Milwaukee Convention. Well, so the atheist movement had not very long after its sort of blooming been infected with woke postmodern identity politics, in particular feminism. And I didn't think this was actually the best way to conceive of male-female relationships and interactions. And so I was something of a heretic to the atheist movement, which is an interesting place to arrive at because, of course, there were definitely deep religious undertones to the moral system that they're promoting. And the Mythicist Conference was a confrontation, finally, whose time had come, because for a long time, they simply just blocked us out of conversation because, of course, well, no, we've got the reins of power. Why would we want to engage with you? We'd only stand to lose something. But our influence kept growing and growing and growing. And so eventually it came to the point where I was like, okay, well, we'll sit down and talk. And Thomas Smith was not happy that I wasn't prepared to be browbeaten by progressive.
This was the sort of opponent you were speaking to.
That's correct.
Right.
And
This is right around the time when the progressive atheists excommunicated Dawkins, which was delicious, by the way. Looking back on it, where Dawkins had the same moment where he's like just kind of kicked up a little bit of resistance. Even Hitchens, before he passed, started saying, "Hey, whoa, right? Like, yeah, we can all be atheists and not believe in God, but that doesn't mean we have to believe in this other shit, right? Like, what are you talking about?" And then they probably just like kicked Dawkins out of the group.
Mm-hmm.
They literally kicked him out of the Secular Humanist Society, which Dawkins helped found.
Isn't it funny how the anti-religious ones always act like such religious zealots?
Mm. Well, and to give Dawkins and that crew their due, I think even a lot of the new atheist crowd, which I was part of for that shameful period, it's just these assumptions, right? That you don't need God or religion for these things to function. That human beings will just operate these things. And in actual fact, it's not religion that's doing this. Religion is just an archaic outcropping of this mechanism, of this evolutionary biology, evolutionary psychiatry. Gad Sad does all this right shit, where the background thing is actually what's working on people, and then it manifests religion, and then religion has a bit of time, and then it manifests scientism, and that's the end of history. Right? As soon as we get to scientism, brain has achieved the greatest achievement. We can just coast on that,
Mm-hmm.
and obviously that's not true.
he ended up storming off the stage.
Yes, there were some quite chaotic scenes I heard.
Yeah, I didn't think I even went that hard on him, really. But I just didn't agree with the moral framework he was proposing, and he had a really difficult time dealing with that. Yeah. So
What do you make now in retrospect of that whole sort of new atheist movement?
they didn't kill belief in Christianity; they buried it. They were essentially kicking an open door. The civilization had long become secular, and since the boomers, really, the boomers were genuinely quite a secular generation, and just found themselves choosing not to believe for whatever reason. And so by the sort of late 90s, early 2000s, when you had Hitchens and Dawkins and Sam Harris and Dennett having arguments with the religious right. They had a kind of rootedness that the religious right didn't have in the popular culture. And so they could draw upon a set of everyone knows this sort of assumptions. And so, and even now, though, I look back and I think, God, their arguments are terrible. Absolutely. I mean, I saw a clip of Sam Harris just from about a year or two ago saying, well, I look up into the heavens and I don't see God, so where is he? And it's like, Sam, after all of this time, how have you not realized that the concept of God is outside of the material universe? Like, again, I'm an atheist, you know, but your argument is just bad, right? And you fail to understand. But how did the religious right at the time let him get away with these arguments?
Well, I think there were some people trying not to let him get away with it, but sometimes it's the...
You know, it's interesting seeing there's like a tractor beam effect here where you can see he's like, you know, the stages are, he's tumbling down the hill. Because it's like, first of all, it's, I'm new atheist, you know, rationalist, you know, whatever. You know, Sargon was probably one of the biggest precursors of the so-called IDW. He was he was at the very forefront of that. The actual IDW was really trying to build on and capture a lot of the energy that he had already cultivated. And then he's like, it's like, once you do that, you know, you drain the glass and you get to God at the bottom staring back at you. You can't stop seeing it. So he still is like, well, now I'm still an atheist. I'm still a rationalist, but at least I understand the concept. I'm listening. I'm hearing what they're saying. The concept of God is outside of the material world. The very notion that he's talking about the material world and something being outside of it means he's already moving beyond the materialist worldview. Because once you see outside the material, then you can't stop seeing it.
Especially if you spend enough time arguing against these progressive woke schools, right? One thing that becomes really obvious to anyone who's doing this for any length of time realizes that the progressives just give themselves morality. They grant themselves morality. And you're like, okay, but where does morality come from? Where do you generate it? And you go, well, human beings must have figured this out because we have to cooperate to get things done. It's like, yeah, but game theory fucks with that. Because game theory, yes, in game theory, you say that to achieve a goal that cannot be achieved by one unit, another unit will pair up with another unit and suspend competition to achieve the goal. And you can do that like once or twice or something like that. But to repeat it on a pattern across time and history in a reliable way, game theory doesn't predict that. Game theory predicts rivalry. Because once you achieve the thing, there's no more reason to stay together. There's no more reason to keep that cooperative unit going. You have to maintain a crisis or a reason to stay together. And history shows that we're not always in crisis mode. That's a relatively new thing. That's why it's invented. That's why you can get that feeling of the bagel kind of influence on things. It's constant, right? Because the only thing that's keeping these people together is a sense of, well, we have to deal with this crisis. It's the weather. The sun's going to kill us all. Right? You take that crisis away, well, their whole moral framework that they've granted themselves gets called into question. Because the fact that it has existed this long, especially if you grant them even more of their frame, that, oh, wait, so this thing has existed for 1,000,000 odd years? What the fuck you say? No. That's not how things work. You know, you could say a pack of wolves works cooperatively to maintain the pack. But you know that wolves are much more likely to attack other wolves, right? Other packs of wolves are competition. They don't cooperate with those other wolves. They only cooperate within a little tribal center. So again, it doesn't work on scale. It's napkin math now.
So as Stormy says, where there is power, there will be competition for that power.
Right. So the only thing that supersedes that competition has to be something bigger than that. So you can't just grant yourself morals. Morals have to come from something and be sustained by that thing and observed and respected. Something that's bigger than you. Because otherwise it falls apart. or the atheist has to reinvent morals all the freaking time. You're the arbiter of what is good and what is right. Well, let's see how that's worked out. Fucking awful. Okay, great. Now we're mutilating children. Fantastic. Because they don't have a moral. They've granted themselves this concept of morals, but they don't live it. Then you try to apply it, they get horrible results. So my point is, once you start to contend with that, the next thing you then have to contend with is, where does this mind come from? Why are we just granting thought or any concept? Well, they had to come from somewhere. So what was the first thought? We evolved from a petri dish of single-cell organism all the way up to this proto-human, and then human being becomes human being because they think the first thought. Well, where did it come from? How did it manifest? What was the first thought? Well, I don't know. Brain chemistry. Probably food. Or fuck that. Put dick in there. Assuming the first thought was man. Right?
Yeah, I think therefore I am the Cartesian proposition is really
Right.
it's more it's not even accurate. Like I can't grant Descartes I. Where are you getting this I? What is this I that you're referring to? Wait, no, it's properly like something like thinking. Thinking is happening. Thinking is happening. Well, something's thinking. That thinking, you've called it I, but what is it? What is that I? What is that thing that you're referring to when you say I think, therefore I am? You know, really, quite contrary to the end of history proposition, the Fukuyama brain thing, we're actually being in this period of crisis, like you said. We're like relentlessly rolling from one crisis to the next, to the next, to the next, which is kind of what provides, it's like laying down the cover fire for people to just grant themselves. It's sort of like, oh, we don't have time to debate about these things. We just need to grant ourselves thoughts, or grant ourselves morality, or grant ourselves whatever the thing is that they're just assuming. We've really been in like a completely philosophically dead era for the better part of a century. Or a lot of the philosophy that's being done. I think we've had a loss of leisure. So all the philosophy that's been happening has been like crisis philosophy, versus the philosophy that's done by the man who's engaged in his leisure. He's maybe out walking in nature and contemplating the world, and he's at rest. He's stable. He's even if it's like the man who lives in a cabin and writes in his little journal and sleeps on the ground with a thin blanket covering him. But he's at leisure. He's not in a crisis point. He's relaxed. He's calm. His life is very simple. Maybe it's not comfortable, but it's not a crisis. And that environment will breed a different type of philosophizing. All of the philosophizing that has happened by humanity over the past century plus has been, and you could probably even go back, as with all of these, you can kind of keep opening it up further and further back, but we've been in this ramped up state of crisis, and we've lost the thinking man's philosophy, leisure philosophy.
The difference is between contemplation and analyzing. So Steven Pinker, a great example, or Noam Chomsky, maybe they're the modern philosophers or whatever.
Critique, we live in the age of the critic,
right? Because they come from that analyzing school. They were linguists. So it's analyzing data and applying it to this concept of the human mind that you just grant yourself. And an application of and linguistics really boils down to mathematics. So it's this hard science. Everything must have function. There's no mystery. So even thoughts, like there's tons of thoughts I have that have absolutely no freaking function. They're just fucking thoughts. Random shit. But you need the random shit because it's a matter of volume at some point. Like out of all the voluminous thoughts you can ever think in a day, one or two might be worth holding on to. But you can't separate the volume of the thought from the one or two that you need to hold on to. It's not like you're ever going to just eradicate the volume and get those one or two. These things they coexist. They need each other. That's not a function of the mind. Brain chemistry doesn't get you volume thoughts. There would be no evolutionary benefit for it. Other than you just go, well, it's just the thing that's just how it works. Like, well, so brain chemistry. So we're not actually having a conversation here, Matt. It's just my brain chemistry is activating and your brain chemistry is activating, and everyone who's watching this is just your brain chemistry going off. Oh, isn't that nice?
I think part of that spirit of critique also comes from the what we were talking about at the top, the individualism, the rationalism, the need to try to break everything apart, to try to disassemble, deconstruct. We've lived through an age of critique. We have so many critics. Now we need the builders, the constructors. We've had all the deconstruction. The whole postmodern philosophical tradition is all just relentless deconstruction of absolutely everything, breaking everything down into total absurdity. Now it's time to build again. We need the constructionist school.
Right, and in order to do that, you actually need categories with borders. So a category is essentially a mental category is something that has a border. So man, the category of man has a border around it, and all things man go into that box. It's not anything outside that box. It is that box. Now you might say there's certain words that we use in man that also can be used in other things, but we understand that just because that word can be used, it can be also in some other box. It doesn't make the category of man into the category of horse. Two separate categories that have to be held separately, both for language to work, but also for thinking to work and building to work. You know, a temple is a temple, outhouse is an outhouse. They can use the same materials, but these have two different functions, two different sets of being, two different phronemas. Like, you have to be able to keep those things intact. And I know that I'm using silly examples, but if you watch all these debates, and this is why I've been really paying attention to these debates, one, because they're just brain candy, but the other thing is, like, if you watch what Jay Dyer, Andrew Wilson, Jim Bob, and a few others are doing, they're exposing the category error of the left. That these people are just, their entire mode of being are just spinning out just a cataclysm of category errors. And they just try to pin them down on anything, and they can't. Because they just put these two things together. This is how you get feminism is good because GDP is good, and somehow feminism enables higher GDP because an empowerment something, therefore feminism good. This is their thinking. I'm not even being like crude. It's impossible to follow because it's just category errors. Like, they're just everything's the same. It's brutal.
The person with the loudest megaphone that you tend to
just as an atheist, I'm kind of embarrassed by it.
I want to bring in Bethel in a moment as my resident Christian to have a little bit of an engagement on these issues. But before we do get to that, Carl, even though you are still an atheist, I sense that you've undergone a sort of conversion to arguably the value of Christian faith. We hear at ARC, which is very much based around this idea of rediscovering the Christian foundations of the West and so on. And perhaps the bigger, most influential in that has been someone like Jordan Peterson in your experience. So I've just been interested in hearing what that journey has been for you, even though you don't accept the supernatural claims, where you've landed regarding religion.
I'm not. I suppose I would put myself in the agnostic camp at this point, rather than a hard atheist, because there are arguments that the religious, and not just Christian either, the religious side makes that do necessitate an answer. Like I mean, fundamentally, the materialist conception is based on something coming out of nothing, which is a very difficult thing to square for anyone who's concerned about logical consistency on how they feel the universe was created. So the question of the Big Bang and all that, it just kicks the can further down the road. Okay, well, what came before that? Started that? What's going on? So there are lots of things. It's not Jordan Peterson for me, actually, who, but I appreciate for a lot of people, he has been instrumental, and that's good. Because I actually do think a revival of the Christian heritage of the West is a good idea. The problem is, I think that it's kind of like asking a bunch of disabled people to just stand up and start walking. If you haven't...
there's one thing I got to say about Jordan Peterson real quick is I it doesn't matter how bad he gets. It doesn't matter how much he sells out or how insane he becomes or whatever. I don't think that anyone can ever take away the impact that I don't know 2015 to 2018 ish Jordan Peterson had on there's maybe only one or two other people in the world that I can think of who had a greater net impact on the lives of young men over that period of time. And it doesn't matter what he turns into, that impact is still there. I can attest to it personally. That I, as a lifelong devout Christian, even I go through my little period of kind of wandering in the wilderness or what have you, but Jordan Peterson played a major role in redirecting my mind back to the church, whether he intended to or not. So I think it is very fashionable to shit on him now, and he absolutely earns the vast majority of it. But I think that you can't take away that fact that there are many men who came back to the church, are coming back to the church, or are living better lives as a consequence of his influence.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. I mean, I still have 12 Rules for Life on the back, the back shelves there. Yeah, you might say that if Jordan had come around 10 years earlier, it would be a different story.
Mm-hmm.
It would have had a positive effect, but we're still mired in that longhouse tradition and culture that I wouldn't have done much. He would have been a blip, sold some books, done some tours. That would have been it. But I think it was a perfect storm of his messaging and then being on Joe Rogan.
Yep.
And having that reach suddenly. And it beamed. And also at the time, a bunch of young men or older men like myself were at that point of going, okay, something's wrong. This is wrong. I don't know why this is wrong. This is just like he's coming out at the start of the pruning, right? Speaking of Bill C-16, the gender non-binary terms that were forced in Canada, and that was for a lot of us. At that point, I was still very much a liberal. I'd voted for Trudeau that same year, right, or the year before, and that happened. I was like, this is wrong. This is no good. I don't know what this is, but I can't be on board with this. And he was the first person who did that salvo. And even if he's a gatekeeper, right? Like, sure, all the things, Jewy, sure, yeah, fine. But he gave a voice to people who are finally waking up a bit and being aware that there's a disturbance in the force. And then from there, it's just a lot of people have just stuck their head back in the sand. But if you're Canadian right now, a lot of I think a lot of the Canadian nationalism and Canadian dissidence, you owe Jordan Peterson a lot, because he stood up on national camera, on national TV, and did the one thing that Canadians don't usually do, is say no. No, I'm not going to do that. And that, I know it may sound weird for Americans, but like in Canada, that just doesn't happen. And all of us were like, wait, you can say no? Good. Wait, what? Like,
and the Kathy Newman interview when he did the
right.
So what you're saying is, meme, that whole event I think was pretty formative for a lot of people who were beginning to identify the malevolence of the press and the sort of linguistic tricks and stuff that they use.
I think could pinpoint that as the point where feminism actually began to die. Called into question, because her as a representative of that longhouse feminism, fourth wave, or the fuck wave we were on, she was a perfect totem for that. And he dismantled her. He laughed at her. He's like, "Ha, gotcha!" Right? He muddled her up. She's like, "Oh yeah, I got to think about that one." That moment right there broke it. Broke the spell. And all of a sudden, a whole bunch of young men were like, "Wait, we can say no and laugh at them? Well, shit. What have we been doing?
Yeah,
let's do that more. That feels good." Let's do that more. That felt really good when he did that. Hey, let's try that in our own life. Oh shit, we can't get dates. Well, whatever, fuck it.
And now today, all of those men, all those young men who he emboldened with that are the ones, the, what does he call them? The something psychopaths.
Yeah.
Something.
Yeah. Internet demons, whatever. Anon demons. Well, thanks. Hey, Jordan, you started it, man. Which maybe is white.
Says JP was important for my political journey and taking religion seriously. I even hosted a Bay Area study group for his lectures. He's still 75% right, but he got fucked in the ass somehow. Indeed.
Well, and he had there was that early form of Peterson. Remember when he I mean, this is a Sargon link, because Sargon was really popularized Pepe memes and Kek and Kekistan and all that stuff. That was big. Sargon was all about that. And I remember early on after Peterson did his Rogan appearance, and he was just popping up places because he didn't have the media acumen or protection at that point. And I remember him showing up at one thing with a Pepe, like someone gave him a Pepe the Frog T-shirt or something, and he wore it because he didn't. He's like, "Oh yeah, frogs. I talk about frogs. You know, in native traditions, you need the frog to tell you when there's danger. They tell you when there's poison. Oh yeah, I'll wear your frog." And it's like fucking Pepe. And then afterwards, like he finds out, like it's afterwards, and he's like, "Oh shit, I got to apologize to the Jews now. I didn't even know." Right? But that was happening.
Well, and he caught on to that. I remember listening to the lectures where he was talking about Kek and like the spirit of Kek and the chaos gods and all this sort of thing. And he really incisively identified what was happening to young men. The reason why young men were gravitating toward, he was the voice for young men, which I think is part of why having him turn into what he's turned into is so upsetting to people. People wouldn't be as upset about where he is now if he hadn't been so impactful to them before.
I'll give him this. This is the point of forgiveness or compassion. I'll give Peterson. And to all people who feel about I've said many things to myself, right? I've been there, had the crash, like I hate him, and now I'm at peace. Because here's one thing that is true for all of us who are critics of him. None of us have been made into a Marvel superhero villain.
Mm-hmm.
He was. They made the Red Skull into a proxy for Jordan Peterson at one point.
That's
in Marvel.
right.
Okay. Has that ever happened to you? Hasn't happened to me. I don't know what that fucking does to you. Maybe that's when you started taking benzos. Like, Jesus Christ, they're making me into a goddamn supervillain. Like, what? And he took it on the chin. He took it pretty well. But he still had to react like, what are you doing? Like, I'm telling people to clean. I just said to clean your room. I'm talking out my ass half the time. I'm high as fuck, and now I'm a villain? Like, what am I? What do you mean? Red Skull is also a stand-in for Hitler, by the way.
Right. Yeah. So they're calling him Hitler.
Yeah. You know? I don't know what that does to you. Apparently.
And like, you can't think of it as like what would happen if somebody compared you to Hitler in 2025. This is like what would happen if people were loudly publicly comparing you to Hitler in 2017. And that was a very different thing.
This isn't even someone comparing you to Hitler in 2017. This is someone comparing to Hitler and then making you the arch villain, the Nazi villain in a comic book. Oh, when comic books and Marvel films are like peaking and really, really hot.
Right.
So everyone's seeing this. You don't know if they're going to make the next villain into you on fucking the next movie, which is going to be seen by billions of people across the world.
You're never going to be able to walk outside by yourself ever again.
Yeah. I mean, he couldn't do that at that point probably anyways, but I mean, like, now it's really getting hot, right? For what? Telling some young men to clean their room and wearing a suit and like, oh, think of you got to assume God's true. I mean, he's not true, but he's just assume. Just live your life that way and see what happens, bucko. Well, we did, Jordan. Thank you very much. Catechism of the Orthodox Church.
Right.
But I'm just saying,
the point that Carl's making here related to that is, I think it's a very good one. He said that expecting, he's like, I think it'd be good to have society built around these Christian norms, and he's doing it, I think, It's like from that pragmatic perspective, sort of like Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson's like, you don't have to believe the stuff. Just begin embodying it. Begin acting as if you believe it. And you'll realize that it's kind of like, it's like instead of trying to swim upstream, you're just going to go with the stream. It's like you align yourself with the flow. This might be the way the hippies would talk about it. Just act as if it's true. Begin embodying it as if it's true, and you'll realize that it actually is true. You're going to have that moment where you realize that acting as if it's true makes it true, which implies or indicates to you that it's actually true. Even if you can't rationalize it to yourself, when you begin embodying it, you see that it's true. But he says, I don't think that it's Sargon here says, I don't think that it's necessarily reasonable to expect us to just automatically move around these Christian norms like this. He said he compared it to like a bunch of quadriplegics just getting up out of a wheelchair and walking. So this is like the perspective outside of the church looking at the church and saying, there's a problem here. This is good. I have this affinity for it. I think that there's a pragmatic truth to it, but there's a deep problem. That problem is that it's weak. It's weak. It's soft. And it needs to be reborn.
Nurtured that part of you, I think it kind of shrivels up and dies. And so this is why it's I'm not adverse to the idea of a religious awakening. I just don't feel with it, right? But for me, it was actually I don't want to be cliche about this, but I really liked C.S. Lewis, actually. I read Chesterton and found him a bit of a bore, actually. Chesterton's a very strange figure because about half of what he says.
Just real quick, it's interesting that he's the rationalist guy, and he says, and his thing that he's hanging up on that he's willing to say is, I don't feel it. I don't feel it. So this is evidence of him actually breaking out of that rationalist shell. Is he's like, rationally this makes sense to me, but there's something, there's a missing.
Well, this is I'll make this other prediction, and we'll see how he handles it, because now his wife's going to this church and stuff like that, so there's that pull. But this man needs orthodoxy.
Oh yeah,
we all need it. But anyone Orthodox listeners, he'll get to some point, you're gonna go, well, orthodoxy fixes that, by the way. Or smoke machines and singing hallelujah. None of that.
Imagine he's an Englishman. He's a very proud Englishman. Think about the story of Saint George and how you perceive that story as with a perception of Christianity as, rock bands and smoke machines, versus how you think about Saint George within the context of the Orthodox Phronema.
Right. I mean, we'll see how he goes, right?
Right.
But I would even be happy at this point, for him to become Roman Catholic, like a real deal Latin Mass, up and down, button down Roman Catholic, still would be a benefit. Like, I don't get too precious about these things anymore, because I realize everyone's on a journey. So it's, God will get you where you need to go. But wherever it becomes a path of least resistance, so you can just start getting good with God, good. Do that. Do that for a while and see what happens.
In his books, and what I read is, I'm like, God, that is a profound insight. And then about the other half, it's just like, that's obvious nonsense. It's obvious nonsense. And I like the sort of stuffiness of Chesterton. So as an aesthetic, I like that. But C.S. Lewis is the guy.
Yes, well, C.S. Lewis famously said, a young atheist can never be too careful about his reading. So it's fun to hear that you're.
Yeah, I like I said, I didn't want to be too cliche about it, but he makes some perceptive insights that are actually important.
Well, I'd like to return to some of those perceptive insights. Bethel, thank you for taking the chair again to sort of be the foil to what Carl is talking about here. Any thoughts on, from where you're standing, the journey that Carl has described? Are you seeing that other people going on a similar journey in any way?
Yeah, for sure. But if I could just kind of riff on, because he had so many interesting things to say there. I wrote a piece last year called "Richard Dawkins Didn't Do It." It's kind of the same idea that you were getting at there, that they didn't really kill Christianity, they buried it. So where I come from in the States, the Episcopalian denomination used to be kind of like America's established church. We never had an official established church, but it's like the unofficial established church. But then
Is that true?
Yeah, ish. I mean, it depends on what you see as America. In the North, especially, I believe it was. But yeah, it's you kind of have different strains of heritage that have made up America, and so each one of them sort of comes from their own.
Did I ever tell you my Jewish Episcopalian joke?
No.
My cousin Ira, she's half Jewish and half Episcopalian. We call her a pissy Jew. You're welcome.
the main line grew old and declined and died. And that was all happening through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s already. And so that's, I think, what Carl is getting at, the kicking an open door. That's what happened in the United States as well. And you still, of course, did have.
Just to be clear, I don't know how many people know this, but Episcopalian is kind of like the Americanized Anglican. So it's like the Anglican Church, but American, basically.
A religious right. There was that kind of resurgence in the 80s. But I think there was just a lot of silly paranoia around this idea of, oh no, that we're going to have like a Christianism and they're going to rise up and take over. They really weren't. They were the minority. Everybody made fun of them. And so, for Hitchens and Dawkins and those guys to sort of go after the fundamentalists, it wasn't really very brave. It was like picking the already picked on kid in the class, The other thing I would say is it's funny that they called themselves the new atheists because nothing that they said was new. It was all just it rewarned David Hume, and David Strauss, and like all this kind of 19th century, and then going back to just the presumption that miracles do not happen. I guess that's Matthew Arnold, right? And so I would say the same thing about the quote unquote new atheists that I would say about those old atheists, which is that they won the PR war, but they lost the argument. I don't think the arguments were ever really any good. And there were people who wrote against David Hume. There were scholars who wrote against Strauss. And it's just unfortunate that many of them, they're pretty obscure. We don't really know what their names are.
Yeah, if I was going to steelman the new atheists at all, the only salient point they would hammer on, I remember the Chris Hitchens with it was the British faggot. I'll come to me. He was on stage and they were doing a debate, and there was a Roman Catholic cardinal from Africa, and he was like, "For shame, sir!" Like basically saying, you have scandals in your church, and how dare you take a moral high ground with my friend here who's a faggot and all that shit. Like, yeah, I get it, right? There was room in it at that time because you were going through the child abuse scandals in the church and all the rest of it. So you can make, if you're doing a scold and saying you're not, if their arguments boil down to Christians aren't living up to the high bar of Christianity that they should be, there's an argument there, right? And I'm steel manning heavily. But then if you're going to use that as a metric, well, then you can use that metric for everybody. Like, are we all not falling short of some sort of imaginary moral line that, if you ever told a lie, is lying okay? Is not okay? How do you differentiate it? Where you grounding your morality? All the rest of it. There's no answers for that from the atheist world.
Yeah, so it's like penalties offset, replay the down.
Right, exactly.
A couple of people might vaguely know who William Paley is because of the watch thing, right? But by and large, we've sort of forgotten who those people are. So a lot of my family's project, what my father works on, and his kind of resourcement, is trying to kind of revive the memory, sort of raise the dead, in a sense, and
pray lest. Can you, just as an aside, can you imagine how fugly her parents are? Like, who produced this? Bunch of genetic dead ends. Like, this feels wrong watching her.
She seems very nice.
I'm sure she's a peach, a real tack in the sack. There's an image, but but she's a life-size Muppet. Can we all agree? She's the most Jewy Christian possible. Like you do maybe not an early life history, but you peel back in the family tree a little bit, and there's some bagel in there. Poppy seed only, my friends. I mean, from the old country.
Opium bagels.
Right.
And reclaim the forward position in a sense. And maybe now that new atheism doesn't even have the cultural clout that it used to, maybe now is a good vulnerable moment to strike, you know.
I suppose one of the things that's become clear to me is that they're just the story that the new atheists told just didn't have the power to actually move people, and
It didn't tell a story.
it didn't tell us. There was a kind of a non-story
Yeah.
at one level,
The story was there is no story, and
Yeah.
people couldn't live with that. So yeah,
and
Yep.
so you have people like Ian Herziali going on this journey, to Christian faith and so on. I guess, yeah, uh, I'm kind of you're obviously, you can see the value, you can see sort of, but you're not convinced at a personal level, obviously, by this stuff.
And also because we live in 2025, we live in the post Sam Harris meltdown, crazy, what the fuck are you talking about, Sam world, where he famously said, hey, it wouldn't matter if Joe Biden's son had, a catalog of dead babies on it, or Trump was such an existential threat to life in the universe and that we have to just ignore that. And then you talk to me about morality, Sam, please.
Mhm.
So your moral standard that you would hold Christians to, which you can only do, by the way, because Christians have this moral standard thing, it falls apart when apparently in your secular world, morality doesn't matter as long as we get what we want. If I'm getting what I want, then that is so much good that however we got there.
I think another part too with the new atheists is that they're all so boomer. Like it's such a
Right.
their demeanor, everything about them is so boomer. It's like this very kind of pretentious attempt at poshness and very but extremely vapid and insufferable, and they're like have a fundamental inability to read the room. They're like this sort of boomer autism that I think has just discredited them now. As time has gone on, you get things like Sam Harris melting down, and then just in general, there's nothing that's compelling. These are very vapid. I mean, their story, as she said, there is no story. It's completely narratively void, and it's narratively void because they are personally void. These are empty shells of human beings that have for a brief period of time, they had some sort of credibility that they could borrow on at the moment where everybody just kind of mindlessly bought into the system and they were propped up as the voice of the system. Now that nobody buys into the system, there's nothing that's charismatic or compelling or anything about them. They're telling a story that's narratively empty. They're completely vapid people, and they don't show any ability to update, move with the times, and many of them are kind of old men anyways, so they get on social media and you just realize these aren't some titanic intellects. They're just some kind of curmudgeonly old boomers.
Well, they also rode that last remaining wave of the 90s of euphemisms. So it became apparent that even, the Reagan administration and sort of conservative Christianity was used almost to fight the Cold War, to kind of keep that, Soviets were atheist, non-religion, so we got to be religion. We got to be religious. We have to still maintain these traditions. Communism falls. You get the Clintons in the White House. Now suddenly there's no more use for that, and the Clintons aren't chasing the religious right, so they just abandon it. And there's that, but you still have that cultural wave of euphemisms, like end of history and everything's great, wonderful, yay, we're gonna take over things and internet and yada yada yada. Isn't it great? And then that wave kind of washed ashore by, it was funny that Neil deGrasse Tyson talk was around 2011. Yeah, it was around then.
Mm-hmm.
Around there, 2011, 2014, it kind of petered out, and then people were gonna sit around mud flats going, well, this sucks. This fucking sucks.
They had this cachet that they were borrowing from, I think, particularly at their heydays in the 90s and the 2000s, where you have the people becoming aware of, oh wow, we're in a technological age. Look at all this technology. I've got this little screen in my pocket, and look at these amazing whiz bang gadgets I have. All these things that I can do. The glories of technology. And so they're like, oh yes, technology. I am the science man. Technology comes from science. I represent the perspective of science. And so everyone's like, oh, technology. Oh, science man. Oh, we bow. Now everyone's like, this technology fucking sucks. It's everyone, even the people who use it constantly were like, this is poisoning us. We're all we're losing our humanity. Give us a compelling story. If you're going to poison me to death with this, at least make it fun on the way down. And you guys, you can't even tell a fun story.
Dude, how many times have you cursed your technology this week? I've
You're
lost
right.
count. There was the other day when like nothing. I was clicking things and like nothing's where I'm like, oh well, fuck it, fine. Nothing works.
Fist through the screen.
Great. I just happen to want to make a career out of using this technology when all the technology fucking sucks.
Curse
What
you,
is it?
Daniel Dennett.
Bullshit, motherfucker. What? No, I gotta reboot. I'm gonna reboot again. I'm just gonna reboot again. Yeah, that's what they do, right? Turn it on, turn it off. Oh, sorry, have you turned it off? Yeah, I've done that, asshole. Now it's still not working. Now what? Dingus. How about hey man, I'm old enough to remember when internet services just worked. It wasn't so flashy, didn't have all the flashy lights. Ooh, look at this. It looked kind of like crud, but you know what? It worked.
Every single time.
Fucking worked. MSN chat things, they just scrolled. Fucking magic. It looked like shit. Even back then we knew it kind of looked like shit, but it worked, so fuck it. Like
This stuff, it's not about rational argumentation. That's the thing. It's about the feeling of spirit inside you.
Okay. So do you think that the kind of apologetics that to some extent Bethel represents, there is a kind of objective evidence for, the historicity of scripture and there are good philosophical arguments of God, that's not going to move you?
No, and I think that you're actually playing on the enemy's turf too much with those sorts of arguments. Not to like I think that what you have to do is
Wow.
This is a brilliant point.
Yes, majority of Christians don't understand this.
Yeah. And this is actually why, again, Jay Dyer, Andrew Wilson, Jim Bob are being so successful because they don't try to argue. Andrew Wilson classically will tell people, like, he never actually argues from a Christian frame. He invades the secular frame and breaks it from within.
Yep.
Going, walk me through this. I'm going to expose how you're walking around in stupid circles because you can't substantiate any of your things. All I have to do is go, I'm not going to grant you these presuppositions. I'm not going to grant you a mind. Prove me mind. Prove me thought. And everyone goes, well, it's just, come on. No. I'm not agreeing with anything. You do it. Convince me of it, please, from your worldview. Oh, you can't? Well, gee, isn't that something? So it's not even winning the debate topic. It's winning the debate by breaking people's brains, breaking your frame, where you realize, like, I can't substantiate any of these things because you need the metaphysic in order to do that. This is Jay Dyer has been crushing. That's why Jay Dyer is so good. They don't want to let him on debate stages anymore because he leaves smoldering ashes of people behind him.
All the stuff that, like, the proof of the miracles and the historicity of scripture and all of that, like, that stuff is great for once you get that you can't evangelize with that stuff. That stuff's great for reaffirming your faith once you're actually looking in the right direction. But you're not going to catch people's attention by trying to out. That's like he's saying, you're playing on your enemy's turf. You're trying to out rationalize. You're trying to out materialist. You're the materialist. No, materialist. Don't worry. Our thing can provide you your materialist rationalization. You want materialism? Well, we can give you the best materialism. No. That's not the way to do it.
Narrative that's so persuasive and so compelling, and something that is heroic to people that they can't help but feel enchanted by it, because the point of it is trying to bring magic back to the world. And so, I'm a very big fan of mythology generally, and it's the enchanting nature of it. Like, I don't care if Beowulf was a real person or not. the stories and the heroes matter regardless. And so the arguing scientific evidence of the Bible is kind of basically allowing the opponent to have a chance at winning, and they can't win on the narrative side. So
You should still, you're more likely to be persuaded by Tolkien than
Yeah.
William Lane Craig.
far more, yeah. And also it just seems to me a more sensible strategic position because they've got nothing when it comes to the narrative.
Yeah, well, so I'm a big fan of C.S. Lewis as well. And I think the brilliance of Lewis was he actually integrated those things together, because he was a very clear thinker, very rationally minded, very analytical in some ways, but also an excellent storyteller and somebody who deeply understood myth and narrative and the need for it.
But she's a big fan of Jim what's it?
Jim
from Muppets,
Henson?
Jim Henson. She loves Jim Henson. She's like, he sees me. It's just more of me. It's amazing. He really gets me. I feel seen.
Nima Toter said, dress this girl up, take off them glasses, and a few drinks later, you're making some mistakes. I mean, I got to give it. I say, if you get her good haircut, you get better glasses or no glasses, and dress her up nicely, maybe get a little color in the cheeks. She seems like she's very pleasant. She's a very she seems like a kind, gentle soul.
Anyone who's thinking that, I may introduce you to this concept called water. Drink more because you're thirsty. You're damn thirsty. You're gone dry, son. You're gone dry. Go get yourself some H2O. Liquefy yourself. Lubricate yourself inside because it's affecting your mind. It's fucking up your thinking.
A compelling heroic story, and I think Christianity offers the best of all worlds in that sense, because it is the greatest story ever told. It is the greatest of all heroes' journeys. Now, what somebody like Peterson is sort of trying to do is kind of see Jesus as, well, he's the ultimate hero, is the archetypal perfect man. There's only so far that you can really go with that because Jesus has to be unique. But I mean, I find if you go back to the Gospels, it is an extraordinary, compelling narrative. I mean, just like go through them, just read them and feel the
libertarianism, but with Christianity. Here, just read this book that you really have been told your whole life not to read. Read more of it. That's all.
I didn't actually hear what she was saying. I was reading the chat, and
oh, okay.
Augustine in the chat said I'd tickle her.
Is it the kicks? Is it the kicks that are doing it for you? It's just those big giant Nikes that are bigger than her head. Is that the thing?
We got to get the bonk bat out.
Yeah. No, what she's basically saying is like, just read it. Just read the Gospels, and you'll see. I'm like, okay, but how do you get people who don't want to read the Gospels to read the Gospels? Right? How do you?
And even if they do, how do I know what I'm reading?
Right.
To quote Saint Philip, the deacon, how do you know what you're reading?
Don't worry, it's beautiful. Just be entranced by the beauty of it all. It's like, okay, but that that you might just be producing not great Christians that way, right? Because we already have enough people who just just reading the Bible on their own and coming up with some wacky ideas.
Yeah, right.
So,
the pathos of it, just the moments between Jesus and his disciples, and then Jesus, the agony in the garden, the agony of the cross, and then the eucatastrophe, to use a great Tolkien word, the eucatastrophe of the resurrection, just when it's darkest.
I'm playing my sad piano music right now.
And Mary Magdalene is weeping, and she can't even recognize Jesus. And then he just says, "Mary," and that's it. She says, "Rabbi," and so I think you can have it all, really. But it does ultimately have to be grounded in something true. So I have to confess, I'm not a big fan of William Lane Craig myself. I don't think he necessarily does a great job selling the story, even though some of his arguments are okay. And so I think we need to come up with better ways of getting people excited about Christianity, getting them excited about the story, about the narrative. Part of that actually might be a bit of a side note, but I think we need to create good fiction. We need more inklings more new inklings. And Tolkien
I
and
do
Lewis,
agree with
Lewis
that.
kind of realized I'm going to reach more people if I write books like Narnia than if
You know what would help with that? 110 would really help with that. Just saying.
Hmm
110 to what? 130 with 140, something like that.
Yeah, there's a long line.
That's a long line. I mean, just start with 110 and
Yeah.
we'll see how she goes.
I keep writing books of essays.
What is it about Lewis that you mentioned earlier has sort of struck a chord?
The way that Lewis thinks about the problems that he's tackling is a lot richer than most people, actually. It's a lot of people find themselves, I have my way of approaching this. I'm going to follow that through to its logical conclusion, which is perfectly normal and perfectly fine. But Lewis thinks a level or two below that and then comes to a richer and deeper conclusion at the end of it. Like the abolition of man is just such a good example of this, where Gaius and Titus would, why wouldn't they do the things that they're doing? Because they're not being critical of the very paradigm itself. And Lewis is getting beneath that and saying, well, look, this is where we end up if we treat man as just a fungible piece of meat that's floating on a rock in space. And he's right about that. He's fundamentally right. And it's not something that's self-evident. And that's one of the things I like about Lewis.
I suppose this does edge us towards apologetics, argument territory, because, one of the fundamental issues that I've often been in the middle of between atheists and Christians is, well, how do we ground the concept of human value, and that there is a kind of intrinsic, wholeness to being a human that we can't just be described in purely material terms. And it does potentially lead to those kinds of transhumanist sort of outcomes that he was describing in The Abolition of Man.
That's why I don't call myself an atheist, really. Well, I would say I'm agnostic, really, is I haven't got an answer for any.
Oh, really, Carl? I feel like you were calling yourself an atheist all up until like about a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Weird. Strange. Fast things can happen.
Any of this. And I don't see anyone else having an answer for it either, because I know it's one of the questions.
Christians say they do have an answer.
Well, sure, but on its own terms, it's an answer that an argument is kind of impossible to answer. So, I mean, I really get the feeling that it's not going to be possible to win back materialists to religion en masse. I unfortunately, I think that's true.
Despite a few wins in that.
There will obviously be a small cohort of people, but en masse, I don't think that's going to happen. But what I think is possible.
Well, Carl, hate to disagree, but since you've been wrong about religion your whole life, you may be wrong about a few other things, including, memetics. Russell Brand's converting people. You don't have to like it, but them tidy whities is working some overtime, my friend. And the worse it gets in your situation in your country, especially in the UK, the more and more people are going to start turning towards the church because they're going to have some sort of bedrock. How much you want to bet? We can bet right now. Okay. Countdown on the Irish Catholic Church getting massively much more popular.
Mm-hmm.
Like tectonically. Where I don't know what the rate is, but let's just say, let's give it 40%, right? Of active Irish Catholics in Ireland right now. I bet you that number gets up to 80% pretty damn soon.
I think is possible is to raise generations of children in the future who understand the importance of the Christian religion and its heritage to the West and its traditional place in the Western heart generally, and nurture that in the way that Lewis is talking about in The Abolition of Man, where the part of them that is appraising and allows them to say that this waterfall merits the beauty, that's being killed off in our schools all day, every day. And I think actually it'd be worth us being aware, no, it really is happening and it really is a problem. And it's not natural. Like, I've got 4 children. Trust me, they all have the sense of wonder that Lewis is speaking of. They will be those people that Gaius and Titus are slowly but surely killing off. And we have to be very conscious of that. And if I were given control of the education system now, it would look very different and probably very Christian, even though I'm not one myself, which I realize is ironic. But I view myself as living in a paradigm where I've had something taken away from me. Before I was able to walk, this had been taken away from me, and I don't want that taken away from my children. So, for example, my son a couple of years ago, he's 10 now, but when he was about 6 or 7, he's in a multicultural school, as children are, and he has friends who are Indian and they're Hindus, and he's like, "Oh, Dad, what am I? Am I a Christian?" I'm like, "Yes, you're a Christian." So, and I arbitrated a discussion between him and my eldest daughter, which said, "No, we're not Christian." I was like, "Yes, we are Christian." Like, just, this is where we are in the paradigm where we're Christian Englishmen, Englishwomen. This is what we are, and you be aware of it, basically. And so he's very readily said, "Oh, I like being Christian. I like Jesus. I like," that's brilliant, son. That's absolutely brilliant. I'm glad you get to have something I didn't have.
Okay.
And it really hit me when we got our children baptized. So my wife wanted all of our kids to be baptized in her local church, which I kind of hate. It's not the baptism, it's the church itself. It's just this empty red brick structure, and it just kind of reeks of modernity, And so I'm like, look, if I'm going to go to religion, I want religion. Right?
What an old building.
Yeah, it doesn't have to just be an old building, but I want, like, they have like modern pop songs playing there, and I'm like, no, I want hymns. I want, let's do this properly.
Get
if we're
this
gonna sit
man
through
to a
it, right? And
liturgy.
so, yeah. Anyway,
Return, repent, redeem. Return, repent, redeem.
This man's
Didn't
going to
come
go
from
to
me,
an
folks.
Orthodox liturgy, and he's just going to be like, just there, just taking it all in.
And the crazy thing when you do that too, because again, you access this idea that, wait a minute, this has been around this entire time? This has been around for 2,000 years. Well, hang on a second. And they're not, the way that, again, I was raised, around Orthodoxy, but it was never really pushed in my family when I was growing up. And so I had experience with it, but like not deep experience to it. And I think a lot of people code it as ethnic Christians or crazy Christians, right? Like they're really fundamentals. But the crazy thing about Christianity is the more fundamentals you become, the more like Christ you become. And find me even a devout atheist who has anything bad to say about the idea or the character or the whatever of Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be done. It's not in the story. You could mix up some shit, right? Or say, well, the consequences. Yeah, but I'm talking about, read the book as a story, as a character in the book, right? And you tell me how that character is bad. Can't do it. So, shoot. So the people who are trying to be the most like that guy, you're going to say that those people are bad? They might fail. They might suck at it. There might be a whole bunch of things you can say about them. Sure. But the attempt to be like the best person in the world should get you some merit. And then you if you need to engage it on a philosophical level, which I'm sure Carl would do, it's like, hey, Carl, do you feel like you've run out of books? Cool. Guess what? You want more books? We got more books for you.
Yeah.
We got a lot of new books for you. We'll go for a little bit longer, and then we'll call it.
Yep.
when we were getting them baptized, they actually did have hymns, and I was sat there. I've never heard this before. I don't know the song. I don't know the tune. I don't know the lyrics. So I'm like watching everyone around me, like my mum, my dad, my aunties, my uncles, who themselves were forced to go to church when they were young, and they hated it. And they themselves are all atheists. But my dad is there singing with his chest out, like, "Whoa," and my mum's singing well as well. She's not enjoying it as much as my dad. But I can tell from my dad that what this is nostalgia. He's 10 years old on Sunday morning in the church singing when everything was normal and secure. And I don't have that. And I realized that was something
That was missing. Yeah.
and so when my chum said I'm interested in religion, that's great.
Any thoughts on any of what Carlos said?
I think we can end it there because that's what we've been telling people. You can't fill the God-shaped hole with anything but God. Doesn't work. And we've seen people trying, more money, more this, more that. Well, the pursuit of money and success and fame and status and all the rest of it ends up in young girls going to OnlyFans because it makes sense. I'm not saying it's good. I'm simply saying from that pragmatic point, what's the other alternative for women to do? Go to school and go $300,000 in debt, or take your top off and make $300,000. Well, geez, when you put it that way, and there's nothing in materialism that can strictly tell them that they can't do that. In fact, materialism goes, well, as long as it's consensual. We've gone so far down the moral framework that as long as it's consensual, it's fine. Okay. Well, if that's your bar, that's a pretty low bar, isn't it? And I think everybody's starting to see it now. I think even far left progressives. The most interesting thing for me over the last with the LA stuff was watching devout, blue-pilled commentators finally have to go, okay, so yeah, this is kind of a bad look. Yeah, the guy standing on the burning car with the Mexican flag with the kitted up like the death mask and stuff. Pretty bad look. Can we stop doing that part? Everything else, we love you. But we love burritos. We love Trump. Bad. Okay, yeah, sure. But can we do not the whole claiming California for Mexico thing? It's really hurting the PR. And to watch them have to even finally take one step to the right, just even one baby step to the right. If people aren't seeing that as a humongous, massive, tectonic change that could not have happened up until now, I don't know what you're seeing.
That's 0 to 1 right there.
Yeah. I can't see that world. I can only see it as one step to the right for these people is 1,000 for normal people. It's frame changing.
Mm-hmm.
And that Overton window that everyone talks about, yeah, it's not going to move itself. It moves because people move it.
There's something about him describing that with his father and the nostalgia that he's engaging in, and it's like there's this tradition, this grounding thing that as a child his dad participated in this, and it rooted him. He's going and he's having this nostalgic experience, and he's probably thinking about his parents and his city that he grew up in, his town, his village, whatever, and all the events of his childhood. And there was a conversation we were having in the King Pill Discord the other day about the different Orthodox jurisdictions. Someone was asking, what exactly is the difference? Is this kind of like different distinctions within Catholicism? Like how are those distinctions the same? How are they different? And something I said was that there's a lot of conceptual overlap between ethnicity and the church. The way being Orthodox and the ethnicity, they're not exactly the same, but there's a lot of similarity there, because what is it that constitutes an ethnicity? Well, it's a people.
It's in the word.
Yeah, it is in the word, and but breaking it down, it's like a history, a story of a particular people in a particular place, and the things that happened to them and the things that they did and the rituals that bind and unite them together. Well, that's what the church is. So that's why there's a Serbian Orthodox Church and a Romanian Orthodox Church and a Russian Orthodox Church and a Greek Orthodox Church. It's the same church, but it's the church being expressed through the local ethnicity. That's why there's a lot of overlap. They're distinct, but they're also the same. The church recognizes the ethnicity, and it actually enshrines the tradition of the church in the local ethnicities. And so I think as ethnic awareness is on the rise, you might say, people are noticing this like colorblind end of history thing is not going to last forever because it can't. It's denying fundamental reality. I think part of this you're going to have, we talked earlier in the show about the vengeful son, and it has the good side and the bad side. You get the aggression, you get the positive aggression, you get the negative aggression. Well, you're going to get the negative side of the rise of ethnic awareness again, because there is a negative side to it, being like ethnically idolatrous, like worshiping your own ethnicity, and or like as Thomas 777 will talk about all the time, like going around just carrying ethnic grievances around and just trying to just being a dickhead to other people because they're a different ethnicity. It's stupid and gay. We're gonna get that. You're gonna get a resurgence of all of that. It's been put away for a while, but it's gonna come roaring back. But you're also gonna get things like what's happening with Carl here, where his blood is stirring. And he's also recognizing that part of his heritage as an Englishman is 1,000 years of Christian history, Christian tradition. And that being an Englishman has been one and the same with being a Christian for 1,000 years. And this is a more authentic Christianity as well than the like very soulless, globalist, commercialized kind of rock band Protestantism, because it doesn't have that rootedness.
Well, I think inevitably when we ever talk about this, someone in the comments section is going to be talking about, magical white people stuff. And
Yeah.
what I want to dispel this from a North American or even, like, let's say an Australian perspective, where there's been a lot of muddling, right? And even in Europe, there's a lot of muddling as well. But in Europe, for example, I've known a lot of French people in France who are ethnically Polish. Like, you go 3-4 generations back, they're from Poland. Their family's from Poland, and they have a Polish last name and all the rest of it. And maybe they've intermarried with the French, but whatever. But if you meet them, they're French. They don't consider themselves Polish. They're French. Now they might recognize their Polish heritage on some level, but they're not. They would never identify as being Polish. They identify as being French. So there's a difference there already inherent in the system, that Europe used to be a melting pot too. Wherever you lived for a little bit, you became that thing out of respect for the place you're living in, right? Put all that aside, what has happened, and this is the language of the enemy, is it creates this whole like, well, you're just white. And I'm old enough to remember when, the skinheads beat up the Slavs too. We weren't white, we weren't, or growing up in Quebec, where if you're coded Anglo, well, you're not francophone. Even though half my dad's family is all French, but but I look to the other side. So you're not pure then. So they'll distance you, they'll cut you off real easy. And this is just a warning shot for people who always want these ethno states. It's like white, the way that the word concept fallacy for white that's being used by these race realist assholes for the left just really means wasp. White equals wasp. The Jews, people, don't like the wasps. They try to be the wasp and they keep failing. They don't like it. So their war in North America, especially, is with the wasp. Or we can say Northern Europeans, with maybe some sprinkling of Germanic and Scandinavians in there. They don't mean Slavics. They don't mean Spaniards. They don't mean Mediterraneans. They don't mean any of that shit. They don't care about them. They don't care about the Italians. They care about the wasps. That's what white means, especially in a North American context. So as these division lines, and I think you're right, you're going to start to see, because you're going to go through a period where people are going to have to now make hard category changes. I don't know how that works out in North America, but one of the things for all you ethno people you're going to wake up real fast and find out that, hey, your buddy, magical white people, yeah, it's going to turn into, hey, but you're a dirty wop. Get the hell out of here. Or you're a mudblood. You're a little bit too much of this and too much of that. We don't want that here. We only want white North. I'm already seeing it. in the distant spheres. We're talking about Anglo-Franco traditions. Are you Anglo or Franco? No? Well, I guess you don't belong then, Chuckles. But thank you for your blogs. I'm just telling you. What does it mean, Jason? I don't know. What do I do? Don't have the fucking foggiest. I just tell you how the weather is coming. Look at the wind blowing. Look at that. Look. What does it mean, Jason? It means there's fucking wind, asshole, is coming at you. Like, be aware. You know?
I'll tell you what it means.
I have to give up my friends? I don't know. Just figure it out. Yeah, sorry.
I'll tell you what it means. It means that you should tune in and listen to Network Armageddon Electric Boogaloo every Thursday night here on the King Pilled YouTube channel. Well, King Pilled YouTube channel for now, but very soon to be exclusively on Kick. King Pilled on Kick.
Yo.
Kick.com/KingPilled. Go give us the old follow. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight for another fantastic show. Almost 4.5 hours. We're at 4:20. Smoke if you got them.
Hey, remember what I said? We should be done by midnight? Remember that?
Yeah, that didn't happen.
What are you talking about? Had to get through 2 videos.
Yeah.
Didn't get through either one, but you know. We got through that one little 2-minute clip though.
That's right.
We crushed that one.
We did. Yeah. We I think we did a good job. I think this is a good one. Who knows what the listeners thought, but people have stayed here and watched the whole time, so thank you guys.
We've entertained the people. Let the people know
Dancing
where to find
monkeys.
us. Dancing monkeys. Hey, I didn't get any super chats out of this one, so I feel like you've all let me down. But that's okay. We'll be back soon. I'll be doing stuff on my channel, Mirror Check Now. Follow me over there. Over on Kick too, so do that too. Yeah, we'll talk to you next week, guys. Right?
Yes, please do. Make sure you go send the man some tips. The PayPal link is in the description, whether you're watching this on Kick or on, well, I guess it won't be in the description on Kick, but if you're watching this on YouTube or listening to the podcast version of it, go hit the PayPal link and pay the man so he can go buy some of his exorbitantly expensive Australian cigarettes.
Yes, please.
If he's going to live in Australia, at least the man's got to have his nicotine. He's going to live next to the beach, sand.
My wife keeps pressuring me to quit smoking. I'm like, I don't think you understand what you're talking about.
Hoppy meth deer.
You barely like me now, dear. Can you imagine me without these? Like, Jesus.
Thank you guys. Thank you for tuning in and listening to us. If you're listening on the podcast, please leave us a 5-star rating and review. And go follow me on Twitter at RealKingPilled. Go follow Jason at Mirror Now. And stay tuned. We'll have another Network Armageddon Electric Boogaloo next week. And there will be a lab tomorrow. We will be labing. That's all I got. You got anything else?
I'm Jason Marinchuk.